Chapter 1694. After losing track of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, with his methods, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find him again. This time's operation was not a success, but in the short term, Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master would not take action again. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy, especially when he used his Emperor artifact at the end. It was definitely a heavy burden on his body, otherwise, he would not have waited until now to use it. Qian Tong obviously knew this, so he did not have any intention of asking Yang Kai to pursue, instead saying, although that person escaped, Corpse Spirit Religion is still a big problem. Let's return to Grand Burial Valley first and destroy that corpse cave. This old master felt that many Corpse Spirit Race clansmen were hibernating their last time. That's what I was thinking, Yang Kai agreed. After a brief discussion, the two of them immediately set off in the direction of the Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The Corpse Spirit Race in the valley had been slaughtered by Qian Tong and had suffered heavy losses, but they had not been completely wiped out. The remaining Corpse Spirit Race clansmen were now hiding somewhere, leaving only those who had not yet fully transformed in the Corpse Cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the Corpse Cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the underworld well again to see if there was a way to destroy it. After all, this was the source of the Corpse Spirit Race. As long as it was destroyed, the Corpse Spirit Race would no longer be able to grow in numbers, and the remaining survivors would need to be slowly cleaned up. One day, Shadowed Star would return to peace again. However, to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this underworld well. The yellow spring eye seemed to be connected to another world. The dense Corpse Chi was flowing from that world, converging into the spring water form in the yellow spring eye. It was rumored that the underworld well was connected to the underworld. The only way to destroy this bridge was to go deep inside and destroy it. Yang Kai did not dare to take this risk and could only join forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the aura of the underworld well before destroying the corpse cave and killing the Corpse Spirit Race clansmen who were still in the process of being transformed. By the time Yang Kai and Qian Tong returned to High Heaven Sect, 10 days had passed. After that, Yang Kai briefly explained the operation to Yi Shiyun and the others. Yi Shiyun was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a strange method of unlimited possession in this world. The rest of the elders sighed as well. According to what Sect Master said, doesn't that mean Corpse Spirit Religion Master has an immortal body? Yi Shiyun frowned. That's not the case. Although his possession technique is strange and unpredictable, it will definitely cause some damage to his body. This could be seen from the changes in the target of his possession. But this time, he managed to escape. Now that we don't know where he is hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Although we failed to kill Corpse Spirit Religion Master, being able to seal the underworld spring well is enough. Presumably, the Corpse Spirit Race would not increase their numbers. It's time for us to strike back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled lightly. What does Great Elder think? Pursue the victory. Yi Shiyun quickly said, the reason why Shadowed Star's situation has been getting worse and worse over the past 2 years is partly because the Corpse Spirit Race is too strange and is constantly transforming into more and more masters. Another reason is that there is no one who can trust to lead them. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now, things are different. The Origin King Great Starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyun turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized. I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Shiyun was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate corpse spirit religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action, with his origin king realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand, and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the origin king grade starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by corpse spirit religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, corpse spirit religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyun even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and corpse spirit religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally, he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the corpse spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the insect emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the insect emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly realized. He was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates, but he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yun was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now, he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the Insect Emperor. That was an existence on the same level as Yang Yun. Who knew how strong he was? Yang Yun looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yun didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yun's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed, and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him. He couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all, he was someone who had braved many storms and waves, so he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality. Not even a single plant could be seen. It was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed Star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed shadowed star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance, but the current shadowed star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what yang inflammation had done to him, and while feeling grateful, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kaijin was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate shadowed star. The sea rose and fell, the plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars, and this stars was him. The Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xianing Chang was refining Tongxian Realm Star Source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xianing Chang to observe the evolution and development of Tongxian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining Star Source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable, and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yang Kai. As Yang Kai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yang Kai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star Source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of a cultivation star, they had to refine the source of that cultivation star, and what Yang Yin had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's star source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yang Kai's body while also absorbing Yang Kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little senior sister being able to become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm was a stroke of luck. Tongxian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death struggling to survive. That was why Tongxian Realm's star source had taken the initiative to seek out Xianing Chang. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King Realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star, without an Origin King Realm cultivation, it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luo Hai had become a Star Master while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire Star territory, there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge sea. Shadowed star's source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yin chuckled. Don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the star's source did not have its own sentience, it knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily and simply that Yang Kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths, his knowledge sea had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge sea would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yang Kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an origin king, and with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge sea to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a Star Master, without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. I'm going to deal with some small troubles. I'll come see you later, Yang Kai said. But before Yang Yin could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong, corpse spirit religion's army was forced to retreat while countless corpse spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on corpse spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the corpse cave to transform their clansmen, the corpse spirit race clansmen that died were one less. And without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, corpse spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered corpse spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent corpse spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of corpse spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight corpse spirit religion to the end. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, corpse spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a corpse spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the corpse spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The corpse spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme, so how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. The corpse spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope, and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair. He had arrived suddenly, without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Hong Long. The earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against, regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead corpse spirit race clansmen proved that everything just now was not an illusion but had actually happened. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qin, right? I heard that Temple Master Qin is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No, 5 months ago, this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qin's shocking means, but compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qin? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is. It's High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai. I've seen him once before, back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, how could the sect not prosper? Enough idle chatter. There are still a few small fries that haven't been cleaned up yet. Sect Master Young helped us solve the biggest problem. We can't trouble him to come back and slap the rest, right? A group of masters nodded repeatedly before stepping forward, all of them staring maliciously at the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen as they slowly approached. If I had known earlier, I would have just been slapped to death. Looking at the people gathering around them from all directions, the surviving corpse spirit race clansmen couldn't help thinking. Yang Kai experienced the various conveniences of becoming a star master and could not help feeling a little ecstatic. No wonder those third-order Origin Kings all aimed to refine star sources and become a star master. This was simply too convenient. Once one became a star master of a cultivation star, they could travel to any place on that cultivation star in an instant. This was much more convenient and faster than using space arrays. Chapter 1696. Moreover, after becoming a star master, there were many other benefits that Yang Kai had not had the time to carefully experience and grasp, so he was not clear about them for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to run. With just a casual wave of his palm, Yang Kai was able to wipe out groups of corpse spirit race cultivators. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on Shadowed Star could resist his methods, even Qin Tong would not be able to resist. In just half a day, Yang Kai had traversed most of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race cultivators he could sense. Before the human cultivator could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai had already flown away, leaving these people looking at each other in confusion. On the shores of the limitless ocean, a group of cultivators who had broken away from the human race army were fleeing as a dozen or so corpse spirit race cultivators pursued them relentlessly. The corpse spirit race had not had an easy time in the past year. Their powerful corpse generals had been wiped out one by the masters of Qin Tong and High Heaven Sect, and even their religion master was rumored to have been killed. Without a leader, they could only be suppressed by the united human race, retreating back to the limitless ocean step by step, trying to escape into the vast sea to seek a chance of survival. However, their hopes were dashed as Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun had chased after corpse spirit religion cultivators all the way to this point, blocking their path of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. Today, corpse spirit religion was on the decline and was no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. Cornered, the corpse spirit race cultivators could only hunt down lone human cultivator to vent their frustrations and grievances. This group of 7 or 8 human cultivators was quite unlucky as they had encountered the corpse spirit race cultivators who were both stronger and more numerous than they were. In just one battle, they had lost several people and had no choice but to flee in the direction of the human army. The woman leading the group had a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, a seductive figure, and a pair of large breasts that surged fiercely in front of her. However, under the pursuit of the corpse spirit race, her beautiful face paled, and as she fled, she continuously poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in her hand. She hoped to be able to contact her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned around and saw a scene that made her tremble. One of his companions who had fallen behind was caught by a few corpse spirits and was knocked to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirit clansmen didn't intend to kill him directly. Instead, they swarmed forward. It gnawed at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Her companion's screams and cries for help made the woman's legs tremble. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen. He nearly lost control of his bladder on the spot. After a short while, the voices of his companions gradually faded away. After the corpse spirit race had eaten their fill, they chased after him even more ferociously, getting closer and closer to him. When she thought about how her delicate skin and flesh would become food for the corpse spirit race like her companion, and eventually become a skeleton without any sense of beauty, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps feel as heavy as lead, and her Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it difficult for her to even move. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the thick scent of blood. The woman exclaimed. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab, he pulled her behind him. Then, the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, "Yang Kai?" Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously, she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Yang Kai with excitement. They had naturally heard of Yang Kai's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time, the sect master of High Heaven Sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. In Su Dai. Yang Kai glanced back at the woman and frowned. "Why are you here? Where is your master?" This little girl was In Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. In Colored Glass Sect, she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. In Su Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Sea Corner City." Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. "Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Yang Kai did not like In Su Dai very much, She was now a disciple of High Heaven sect. As the sect master, he could still reprimand her. In Sudai immediately became speechless. Back when Yongkai was still unknown, she had even tried to deal with Yongkai, but things were different now. In Sudai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Yongkai was now immeasurable. If Yongkai stood atop the clouds, she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of methods she had used to obtain Yongkai's care. It was precisely because of Yongkai's attitude that her honored master Gong Ao Fu began to like her senior sister more and more, while In Sudai had gradually been neglected in the past year. Forget it. Yongkai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Turning his head to look at the other cultivator, he found that each of them was a young man. This group of people had obviously been dazzled by In Sudai's beauty and were willing to follow her around. Yongkai was very clear about In Sudai's methods and even found that when some of these people looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust and vigilance. "I'll send you back to Elder Gong," Yongkai said, waving his hand and wrapping In Sudai in his Saint Chi. What Yongkai didn't expect, though, was that In Sudai actually took advantage of this opportunity to squeeze herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist like a little bird, her pair of bountiful peaks pressing against his chest without any hesitation. Yongkai shook his head, but did not push her away immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he swept up the other cultivator, and with a flicker, they arrived directly in Cape City. Gently patting In Sudai on the shoulder, Yongkai said, "We've arrived." Saying so, without caring about what she thought, he disappeared again. In Sudai looked around and was surprised to find that she had really returned to Cape City. The buildings in the city were so familiar. Her arms were still in a hugging position, causing In Sudai to feel a little lost. Cape City was not very large and was now completely occupied by the human race cultivator. Yongkai found Yi Shiyun, Qiantong, and the others in the city and had a good chat with them before learning about the recent situation. Refining the star's source had not taken Yongkai much time, but now it had taken him more than a year. During this year, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to uproot Corpse Spirit Religion. The remaining Corpse Spirit Race clansmen wanted to escape into the limitless ocean, but they were blocked and could only hide in a mountain range 30,000 meters away from Cape City. Qiantong went out to kill a group of these Corpse Spirit Race clansmen every now and then, but some of them had hidden so deeply that even Qiantong had no way to find them all, giving him a headache. Peace had been restored to the entire Shadowed Star base. About 80% of the remaining Corpse Spirit Race clansmen were hiding in the mountain range, so as long as these Corpse Spirit Race clansmen were wiped out, the remaining ones would be nothing to fear. At that time, there would be no need for High Heaven Sect or Shadow Moon Hall to act. Just the strength of these sects would be enough to wipe out the remaining Corpse Spirit Race clansmen. Is that so? After Yongkai inquired about the situation, he grinned. "I'll go." "You have a way?" Qiantong looked at him in surprise. During this meeting, Qiantong felt that Yongkai had undergone some changes, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. In his perception, Yongkai was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although his aura had become more vigorous, he still gave Qiantong a sense of danger. It was like if he were to fight with Yongkai, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Qiantong couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out what was going on. "You'll know when the time comes," Yongkai smiled lightly, not boasting too much. "I'll go with you," Qiantong quickly said. Yongkai nodded, stood up, and suddenly said to Yi Shiyun, "Disperse the people gathered in Cape City. After a few years of turmoil, their sects need to recuperate. It's not good to waste time here." Yi Shiyun was startled for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. Yongkai had already reached out and grabbed Qiantong's arm, and in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from under Yi Shiyun's nose. Even someone as strong as Yi Shiyun was unable to detect any trace of them. Yi Shiyun's expression changed a few times before she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. "So that's how it is." She obviously understood something. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and issued an order. A short time later, the human race cultivator gathered in Cape City received an order from High Heaven Sect. The Corpse Spirit Race army had been completely wiped out, All sects should return to their headquarters and recuperate. The cultivator from the various sects who received this order looked at each other and ran around to inquire, but the final result was no different from the order. The elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven sect all confirmed this. Although they didn't know why the corpse spirit race had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivator was still overjoyed that the catastrophe on Shadowed Star had been resolved. Out of their trust in High Heaven sect and Shadow Moon Hall, they all returned to their headquarters and discussed how to revive their sects. Chapter 1697. Revitalizing a sect was a major event that may take decades or even centuries of effort, but the most urgent task at hand was to establish a good relationship with High Heaven sect and Shadow Moon Hall so that they could follow these two forces' lead in the future. In this catastrophe, High Heaven sect and Shadow Moon Hall rapidly accumulated prestige that far surpassed that of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect, and Star Emperor Mountain. These two forces had become the most powerful representatives of Shadowed Star. It could be said that the catastrophe of corpse spirit religion had indirectly contributed to the rapid rise of High Heaven sect and Shadow Moon Hall. In front of Cape Mountain Range, a light flashed and Qian Tong and Yang Kai appeared side by side. Qian Tong glanced sideways at Yang Kai, almost speechless with shock. He was now an Origin King, one step higher than Yang Kai in terms of cultivation, but he still could not figure out how Yang Kai had brought him here. This was definitely not a simple space secret technique. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong suddenly made a shocking guess. You refined Shadowed Star Source and became its Star Master? Only by becoming a Star Master could Yang Kai bring him here from Cape City in an instant without him noticing. Thinking about the subtle changes he had felt some time ago, Qian Tong was almost certain his guess was correct. Haha, Elder Qian has good eyesight. I have indeed refined Shadowed Star Source. Yang Kai did not deny it. In any case, this kind of thing could not be concealed, and Qian Tong was not an outsider. Qian Tong was stunned for a moment before sighing with a strange expression. I didn't expect that you would actually walk ahead of this old master. Youth is truly fearsome. He looked both happy and discouraged for Yang Kai. It's just luck. Yang Kai naturally would not be complacent. Him being able to refine the star's source was entirely due to Yang inflammation. Otherwise, he would have needed to cultivate to the Third Order Origin King realm before attempting such a feat. Shadowed Star's source had been imprisoned by Yang inflammation in his knowledge, for tens of thousands of years, and was no longer willing to be left alone. With Yang Kai's acceptance, it was naturally very obedient to Yang Kai. This was indeed luck. Since that's the case, then this old master doesn't need to act. The next step is up to you. Qian Tong chuckled and quickly returned to normal, not showing any envy or jealousy, instead taking the initiative to take a step back. They watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense, spreading his divine sense. Sea of Heaven Hand. Yang Kai could only Yang Kai could Yang Kai could Yang Kai's Heaven's Will. Yang Kai's Heaven Hand slowly rose. Following his movement, the entire Cape Mountain Range began to shake. Intense sounds came from the depths of the mountain range, like the sound of war drums being beaten underground. That sound spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain Range. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, rose up at a subtle speed. Qian Tong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart filled with yearning and desire. This was the might of a Star Master. With a single thought, he could transform the world, move mountains, and add to the sea. Moreover, this was a method Yang Kai used without destroying the mountain range. Otherwise, he could have flattened it directly. Even if Yang Kai tried his best, he would not be able to accomplish such a feat. The anomaly in the Cape Mountain Range obviously alarmed the corpse spirit race hiding inside. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon, they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain Range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain Range had risen a few meters. Yang Kai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Hong Long. The mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Asterisk pong 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 pong. Asterisk one after another. The corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. This old master is now in. After you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qian Tong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qian Tong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect, while Yang Kai went straight to the Limitless Ocean. He was going to find the Insect Emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the Insect Emperor, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Yang Kai directly set his sights on the Limitless Ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large, and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others, so although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the Limitless Ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the Limitless Ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time, he was anxious to return to his sect and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This time, Yang Kai had deliberately searched for the whereabouts of the Insect Emperor, so along the way, he had experienced a completely different atmosphere from the one on land. The forces in the deep sea were definitely not to be underestimated, and many of these islands had powerful third-order origin returning realm masters presiding over them. However, now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, whether it was on land or sea made no difference to him. He could easily dominate everything on Shadowed Star. Sunrise Island belonged to the largest sect in the Limitless Ocean, Sea Temple. Sea Temple had a prominent reputation in the Limitless Ocean. Residents of the Limitless Ocean might not know about High Heaven Sect or Star Emperor Mountain, but they would definitely have heard of Sea Temple. This great force's history was definitely not shorter than Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sects. After countless years of accumulation and the abundance of marine resources, Sea Temple's influence had grown larger and larger, occupying almost half of the entire Limitless Ocean's territory. In the Limitless Ocean, Sea Temple was definitely a behemoth. If it weren't for the fact that most of the secret arts they cultivated were of the water and ice attribute, greatly reducing their strength on land, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect would likely have long ago ceased to exist on Shadowed Star. Sea Temple alone would have been enough to unify the entire Shadowed Star. However, due to various constraints, Sea Temple could only show off its might in the Limitless Ocean and was unable to extend its claws to land. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Sunrise Island, which covered an area of about 1,000 kilometers. Even in the Limitless Ocean, this island was not small, occupying one of the top 10 spots among the islands under the name of Sea Temple. This island was rich in resources and seafood, and every year, Sea Temple would send a large number of cultivation resources to this island, making it one of the most important islands for Sea Temple. When Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and landed on this island, he was immediately noticed by the disciples of Sea Temple. There were some obvious differences between a cultivator on land and a cultivator at sea, whether it was in terms of clothing or skin color, so as soon as Yang Kai landed, he was surrounded by a group of Sea Temple disciples who were responsible for patrolling the island and maintaining security. Sunrise Island was not a place where anyone could enter and leave as they pleased. Anyone who wanted to enter had to enter from a specific location, have their identity verified, and pay a certain amount of Saint crystals before they were allowed to enter. For Yang Kai to land so brazenly was undoubtedly a provocation to Sea Temple. As such, the group of Sea Temple disciples all wore unfriendly expressions. Although they realized that Yang Kai was very strong, they did not show much fear. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of dealing with them and simply took a step forward, disappearing in the next instant. Where did that little brat go? Among this group of cultivators, the strongest one called out in alarm as he looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. The others also looked at each other in confusion, some of them feeling their blood run cold. The other party had mysteriously disappeared without anyone noticing. This meant that if the other party wanted to, he could also take their lives without anyone noticing. Only now did the group of Sea Temple disciples feel some fear. You all scatter and search for traces of that guy. I'll report this to the island master. The expression of the leading cultivator changed a few times before he immediately made a decision. Such a powerful master had suddenly appeared on Sunrise Island, so no matter what the other party was up to, they needed to inform the island master first. Everyone roared in agreement and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote wooden house on the island, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, looked up, and smiled slightly. The scenery here was quite good, facing the sea with Sunrise Island behind. At this time, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sun illuminated Sunrise Island, making it a good place to recuperate and heal. A few weaker cultivators were standing guard outside the wooden house, but when they saw Yang Kai appear, they were all stunned for a moment, but immediately after, as if they had received some kind of order, all of them pushed their Saint Chi fiercely, summoned their artifacts, and rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned as he noticed that something was wrong with their situation, but he did not immediately kill them and instead stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The heaven and earth spirit chi automatically turned into firm ropes, binding these martial artists with low strength, making them unable to move. The faces of these several cultivators suddenly turned ashen as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Since I'm already here, you won't be able to hide, so why don't you just show yourself? There's no point in hiding, right? Yang Kai shouted in the direction of the wooden house, standing in place with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Chapter 1698. After a while, the sound of light footsteps came from inside the wooden house, and a moment later, a handsome young man walked out. This young man looked to be in his 20s and was only a third-order Saint King. He stared at Yang Kai with resentment and fear, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes, as if he couldn't understand how he had been so easily found by Yang Kai. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's lips curled into a faint smile, while the handsome young man seemed to be facing a great enemy. How did you find this king hiding here? The young man finally couldn't bear this silent suppression. Now that Yang Kai was giving him a lot of pressure, he could no longer remain as calm as before. This king is certain he didn't leave behind any clues. It wasn't easy to find you, Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for your 10,000 poison evil insects, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to the cultivator he had imprisoned. The young man's expression became gloomy as he glanced over at the subordinates he had planted with the 10,000 poison evil insects, a look of annoyance flashing across his eyes. He hadn't expected that subduing a few subordinates would turn out to be such a huge mistake. He had been very cautious. This time, when he fled to Sunrise Island to heal his wounds, the people he had subdued were all very weak, so generally speaking, it was impossible for them to be noticed. But Yang Kai had unexpectedly seen through them. Even so, it will still be difficult for you to kill this king. It's not like you haven't tried before, so how about this? How about we discuss this? The young man raised his chin slightly and proposed proudly. Not interested. Yang Kai shook his head. The young man was stunned. You won't even listen before saying you're not interested? Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? There's nothing to regret. Today you'll die without a doubt. Yang Kai sneered. The young man also laughed as he stared at Yang Kai sarcastically, saying in an arrogant tone, "Little brat, your ability to talk big isn't small. Last time, this king was able to escape from you, so this king can do the same this time. But if you don't bother this king anymore, this king can give you some benefits. I guarantee you a lifetime of benefits. What benefits can a guy who can control exotic insects give me? Yang Kai laughed. The young man's expression changed again as his brow furrowed and asked tentatively, "Do you know this king's background?" "It doesn't make any difference whether I know or not. I'll kill you today." Yang Kai, Yang Kai and Yang Kai, Yang Kai and Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Boys. Yang Kai's Yang Kai's SSSS, S, Yang Yang, Chi SSS. He knew that with his current strength, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he had no intention of protecting this body. Instead, he planned to self-destruct. Yang's, S Yang escape. Yang Yang's of S's of est, S to his. The heaven and earth spirit Chi quickly gathered, and the youth in front of him seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. Frozen midair, Yang Kai was no longer able to move, and the Saint Chi that was about to explode seemed to be suppressed and instantly calmed down. The young man's eyes finally revealed a look of fear as he asked in horror, "What kind of technique is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai. "You can mobilize the power of the stars. Have you refined the origin of the stars? As expected of the insect emperor, you have good taste." Yang Kai sneered. His hand didn't stop moving, and he clenched it hard. With a loud explosion, the young man's body exploded into a bloody mist. Amidst the blood mist, a strand of spirit power frantically tried to escape. Last time, Yang Kai and Qian Tong had joined forces to deal with the insect emperor, but this time, Yang Kai had become the star master of Shadowed Star. What's more, Yang Kai was prepared, so how could he allow this insect emperor to escape? With a single thought, Yang Kai transformed the surrounding several dozen meters into a solid cage. No matter how the strand of spirit power struggled, it was unable to escape, as if there was an invisible barrier around it that prevented it from escaping. After several attempts, the insect emperor obviously knew that he was doomed and no longer tried to do anything useless. Gathering his spirit power at a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a vague figure in the void. The figure looked at Yang Kai with gloomy eyes, his body flickering like a burning flame as he said in a deep voice, "This king concedes. Let me go, and whatever benefits you want, this king will give you." Yang Kai curled his lips and stretched out his hand to grab him. The insect emperor was unable to dodge at all, and his spirit power was directly grabbed by Yang Kai. He struggled violently but was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, only able to curse loudly and scream hysterically. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and with a sharp scream, the insect emperor's soul turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. A turquoise saber-shaped artifact that seemed to have shrunk countless times, and a small and exquisite bracelet appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Both of them exuded an evil emperor pressure. There was nothing unusual about the bracelet, but when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, a strange power surged out from the turquoise saber-shaped artifact and cut off Yang Kai's divine sense. An emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Now, he did not lack artifacts and even had two emperor artifact grade artifacts. One was the offensive type Annihilation Thunder Bead, and the other was the Sealed World Bead. These two things were known as the two Emperor Artifact Beads in Star Emperor Mountain. Now that he had suddenly obtained two more, Yang Kai was overjoyed. No one would complain about having too many treasures, especially Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai knew about the turquoise saber that had shrunk countless times and could cut off soul sense. The last time the Insect Emperor used it, Yang Yin had said that it was the soul-splitting saber and that its power was unfathomable. As for that small bracelet, Kaiyang didn't know what it was or what it was used for. He tried to release his divine sense to investigate, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate it at all. Yang Kai could only give up. After all, this bracelet was the Insect Emperor's artifact and the barrier it set was not something he could easily break. Although he didn't understand the use of the bracelet, Kaiyang could feel a fiendish power coming from it. That power made him tremble with fear. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the soul-splitting saber and the bracelet. He did not have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura flying over from the center of the island, quickly approaching him. Obviously, the elders of Sunrise Island had noticed the world energy fluctuations just now and had come to investigate. Yang Kai did not leave immediately and instead stood in place, waiting thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was over 4 meters tall and had a wide nose and mouth, giving him an oppressive majesty that made anyone who stood next to him tremble in fear. This man had a long scar on his face that stretched from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look even more terrifying. After the man arrived, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance and could not help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act so presumptuously on Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai without giving him a chance to explain. This man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, no weaker than Qian Tong and Fei Jitu in the past. His huge body and huge palm contained infinite power, causing the air around him to crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm would have at least a dozen broken bones if they were hit by this palm. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased that the other party had attacked him without asking for a reason, he remembered that he was also an uninvited guest, so he didn't care too much. He just casually waved his hand, and the sturdy man was sent flying by an invisible force. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Soon after, he landed lightly on the ground, no longer looking down on Yang Kai. He also discovered that Yang Kai had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, how could he have landed so calmly? With the means Yang Kai had just shown, he could have killed him in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, the man took a deep breath and no longer dared to act arrogantly, shouting, "Who is your excellency? State your name." Yang Kai grinned, cupped his fists and said, "High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai." High Heaven Sect. The man thought for a moment before his body shook and he exclaimed, "Your sect master Yang Kai of High Heaven Sect?" Although he lived in the Internal Sea, the man had obviously heard of High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. However, he never expected that this High Heaven Sect's sect master would be so strong. "This friend is..." Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The man frowned but still answered truthfully, "Sunrise Island's island master, Pang Zhun." "So it is Island Master Pang. A pleasure to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. Pang Zhun's expression changed as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he knew he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he could not lose his backbone and the prestige of Sea Temple. So he quickly said, "Although Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, my Sea Temple has nothing to do with High Heaven Sect. Sect Master Yang can't just casually kill someone on my Sea Temple's island, right?" This Pang would like to ask why this is so. As the master of an island, he naturally had to protect the safety of the martial artists on the island. Pang Zhun could not pretend that he did not see a person die on the island for no apparent reason. Otherwise, if word got out, it would damage his reputation. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Island Master Pang, please forgive this Yang. This Yang did not kill him for no reason, but he had no choice but to die." To tell Island Master Pang the truth, this Yang set out to see this time to find him. Can Sect Master Yang explain? Seeing Yang Kai act so politely, Pang Zhun's expression eased greatly. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained the reason behind it. Pang Zhun listened in shock, unable to believe what Yang Kai said was true. He thought Yang Kai was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things." Saying so, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of the cultivator he had previously imprisoned. Chapter 1699. The weaker cultivator had originally been controlled by the Insect Emperor's 10,000 poison evil insects, so after Yang Kai arrived here, he had no intention of harming them and had simply imprisoned them in place. At this moment, following Yang Kai's actions, these cultivators all trembled and their faces distorted, as if they were enduring great pain. Two of them even began foaming at the mouth and collapsed, but their lives were not in danger. Pang Zhen watched on coldly, no longer acting as rashly as before. A moment later, accompanied by a series of creaking noises, several streams of light suddenly shot out from the minds of these cultivators. Yang Kai grabbed these things and then spread his hands, gesturing to Pang Zhen. A few strange-looking black and red insects the size of fingernails struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, but they were unable to break free from his grasp. Pang Zhen stared blankly for a long time before gulping. These are 10,000 poison evil insects? He had never seen these insects before, but he felt a trace of barbaric aura from them, as if these insects were from ancient times, giving him a sense of danger. Those who have been implanted with 10,000 poison evil insects will be subjected to the control of their master. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Can I take a look? Pang Zhen was delighted and wanted to take one of these 10,000 poison evil insects back to study. Although these things were dangerous, if he studied them thoroughly and understood how to use them, it would be tantamount to learning a new secret technique. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. If Island Master Pang is not afraid of them drilling into his knowledge sea, I can give them to you. Pang Zhen's face paled, and he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, Forget it. This Pang doesn't have enough strength. Sect Master Yang can deal with these things himself. Yang Kai smiled lightly and flicked his wrist, crushing the struggling 10,000 poison evil insects into dust. After understanding that what had happened before was really a misunderstanding, and that Yang Kai had not indiscriminately killed the innocent on Sunrise Island, and had instead helped him solve a huge problem, Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai suddenly became much warmer. Perhaps, what he was more afraid of was Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire untroubled ocean had the ability to send him flying with a wave of his hand. Pang Zhen tried his best to invite Yang Kai to his mansion. Yang Kai also intended to communicate with him. Naturally, he had no choice but to obey. Pang Zhen was the island master of Sunrise Island. The mansion occupied the best piece of spiritual land on Sunrise Island, and the construction was extremely majestic. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered the servants to serve up delicacies and fine wine. More than 10 of them were dressed in gauze. Beautiful young girls with faintly discernible bodies were singing and dancing to Guanxian's music. A group of Origin returning realm masters on the island accompanied him. The atmosphere was very lively. Regarding the changes that had taken place in the inland in recent years, Ocean Palace had also heard a lot about it, but because it hadn't spread to the deep sea, Ocean Palace wasn't too clear about the details. Pang Zhen warmly invited Yang Kai. On one hand, they were optimistic about Yang Kai's strength. On the other hand, they wanted to find out about the current situation on the mainland. Of course, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. When they learned that Corp's spirit religion had been uprooted, everyone from Ocean Palace exclaimed. And when they learned that Qian Tong was really an Origin King Realm Master, Pang Zhen and the others showed deep worry on their faces. Shadowed Star hadn't seen an Origin King Realm Master for tens of thousands of years. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions, even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, Please speak. Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. I would like to meet with the temple masters of your Ocean Palace, Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is? Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Otherwise, after killing the insect emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate. But now, Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tongxian realm with him. Every month, they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation, after the war with corpse spirit religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Yang Kai had taken a fancy to the difference in material output between the uncharted ocean and the inland. If he could really achieve this, not only would he be able to relieve some of his current worries, but he would also no longer need to worry about a lack of cultivation materials in the future. All he needed to do was resell these materials, and he could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. Although he was now the master of Shadowed Star and could freely travel to any place he wished, even forcing Sea Temple to submit by force, Yang Kai did not want to do so. He would rather have the inland and the deep sea interact with each other and mutually benefit each other. Standing at the height of Shadowed Star's master, he sometimes needed to consider the entire Shadowed Star. Hearing this proposal, Pang Zhen's eyes lit up, but he soon frowned and said, Sect Master Yang is not the first person to want to do this. Someone from my Sea Temple has also proposed such a thing, but due to the difficulty in transporting some special materials and the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, the matter was left unsettled. Although there are now some trade exchanges between the uncharted ocean and the inland, these are limited to the few coastal cities. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Yang Kai knew that it was not that Sea Temple's people were not interested in the inland materials, but rather that it was simply too troublesome and would take too long. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have even considered this matter. The most important thing was that they did not have a fixed trading partner. With Sea Temple's huge force, only a few sects on the inland continent were qualified to stand on equal footing with it, while the other great forces could only look up to it. None of these great forces had any intention of trading with Sea Temple, so Sea Temple itself was in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, What if I can solve these problems? Pang Zhen's expression brightened. Can Sect Master Yang really do this? Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression. Pang Zhen laughed and said, If Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. However, I cannot decide on this matter, and can only report it to the several temple masters and let them decide. This Yang has long heard of Sea Temple's great name. The several temple masters are wise and will not refuse such a good thing, Yang Kai chuckled. Pang Zhen was in a good mood and raised his glass. Then I wish this matter a success. When the time comes, this Pang will likely have to ask Sect Master Yang to take good care of him. If this matter really came to fruition, Pang Zhen would undoubtedly take the credit for it. This was a win-win situation for him, and he might even be able to use this opportunity to raise his status in Sea Temple. As such, his attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more amiable, treating him as an honored guest. Deep into the night, the banquet ended and Kai Yang was arranged to rest in a luxurious room. There were several beautiful young girls who served him at his beck and call. Yang Kai sent them out, each of these young girls looking at him with resentful eyes, causing Yang Kai to feel quite guilty. Yang Kai thought that the matter he proposed would also be of great benefit to Sea Temple, so Sea Temple should be quite enthusiastic, but to his surprise, after waiting for 3 days on Sunrise Island, not a single Sea Temple master came to negotiate with him. This made Yang Kai feel somewhat confused. Logically speaking, although Sea Temple was a huge force, there were space arrays between each island, So if Sea Temple's headquarters really attached enough importance to this matter, they could have rushed to Sunrise Island in half a day. Delaying for 3 days could only mean that the other party did not have enough confidence in his ability or were not enthusiastic about this matter. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, though. Now that the hidden dangers of corpse spirit religion had been eliminated, there was nothing important for him to decide on in High Heaven Sect. With Yi Shiyun in charge, it didn't matter whether he returned or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai carefully considered the various changes after becoming Star Master. As the Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could naturally travel anywhere at will. As long as he had enough divine sense and Saint Chi, he could cross millions or even tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, but doing so would place a great burden on his body. Crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant was not difficult for him. This was just a minor convenience after becoming a Star Master. Of course, the biggest benefit was that Yang Kai could cultivate on Shadowed Star. The world energy was fierce and unrestrained, allowing Yang Kai's cultivation speed to increase by several dozen or even 100 times compared to before. This was something no one else could achieve. In battle, Yang Kai could easily mobilize Shadowed Star's world energy and kill all his enemies without any effort. This had been verified before. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was very concerned about. He vaguely noticed that there was an invisible force covering Shadowed Star. This force had characteristics of imprisonment and sealing, like a barrier that prevented any cultivator on Shadowed Star from exploring and comprehending more profound cultivators. It was because of the existence of this barrier that no Origin King had been born on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1700. These were Shadowed Star's world principles, profound and unfathomable. Even Origin King realm masters could not touch them. Although Yang Kai had become a Star Master, he was still helpless against these world principles. He had tried to break through or disperse them, but had failed. Sighing, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and stopped trying. Although these world principles restricted a cultivator on Shadowed Star from breaking through to the Origin King realm, they were not harmful to the cultivator, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Another day passed, but there was still no news from Sea Temple. This made Yang Kai a little impatient, and just as he was considering whether he should go to Sea Temple's headquarters in person, he suddenly frowned and spread out his divine sense. A few thousand kilometers away from Sunrise Island, there was a giant wave over 1,000 meters high that was rapidly approaching the island. This giant wave seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, giving off an extremely great momentum. Atop this wave, there were many creatures treading on it, each of them at least 100 in number. Among these 100 people, there were both men and women. The men were burly and did not seem to be from the human race. Each of them was at least 45 meters tall and had ugly and ferocious faces that would cause anyone who saw them to shudder. The women, on the other hand, were all beautiful, with flawless white skin and supple waists. Some were charming, some were pure, some were hot, some were sexy, some were enchanting, some were pure, and some were hot. What caught Yang Kai's attention, though, was that all of these people were masters at the Origin Returning Realm or above. Yang Kai thought they were masters from Sea Temple, but upon closer inspection, he found that this was not the case. These people were not from the human race. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. In the deep sea of Shadowed Star, not only did the human race thrive, but there was also a race called the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was just a general term that encompassed many branches. They were masters who were naturally proficient in water attributes, secret arts, and martial skills, and in the deep sea, they were giants. However, the Sea Clan rarely dealt with the human race, so there was no cultivator on Shadowed Star. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to see a single member of the sea race. Even the human race martial artists who lived in the deep sea rarely had the opportunity to encounter such creatures. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that there were at least 4 or 5 branches of the Sea Clan. Some of them were covered in scales, some had long barb-like tails, and some had arms that were shaped like crab pincers. They looked very strange. This was also the first time Yang Kai had seen a sea race group, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised, wondering why they were rushing towards Sunrise Island in such an aggressive manner. After observing for a while, The burly sea race leader atop the giant wave seemed to notice something, and his eyes flashed a terrifying light as he turned his gaze towards the void. It was as if he wanted to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his gaze. To Yang Kai, no one on Shadowed Star was worth his attention. These 100 or so sea race masters at or above the origin returning realm might be an extremely powerful force to Sea Temple, but to Yang Kai, they were nothing. Above. The burly sea race man frowned and glanced at the void thoughtfully, a suspicious look on his face. Shang Ao, did you discover something? Next to him, a woman wearing a voluptuous dress with more than 60% of her skin exposed to the air frowned and asked. Shang Ao slowly shook his head. It seems like someone is monitoring us, but there are no obvious signs. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The woman was stunned. She knew Shang Ao's strength. As one of the commanders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, he was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star and rarely made mistakes in his senses. However, since Shang Ao said so, the woman didn't ask any more questions and instead frowned deeply. But this time, I'm afraid things won't be easy. The princess went missing near Sunrise Island, and although it is very likely that she was taken away by the human race, what if they refuse to admit it? Shang Ao coldly snorted. If they dare not admit it, this commander will raze Sunrise Island to the ground. These humans should have already left the limitless ocean. This is my Sea Clan's territory. Huh. The woman sighed deeply. Her brow was filled with worry as she stared in the direction of Sunrise Island, secretly praying that her princess had really been taken away by the human race. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know where to start searching. This time, the Sea Clan had sent troops to Sunrise Island with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one. They were truly desperate, otherwise, with the power of Sea Temple, Sea God Palace wouldn't have dared to start a war. However, Shang Ao seemed to be certain that the princess had been taken away by the human race, so this trip would likely be difficult to resolve. It would be best if they could find the princess, but if they couldn't, the two races of the limitless ocean would really have to fight each other. The giant wave moved extremely quickly and pushed forward 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When the giant wave was about 1,000 kilometers away from Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen and the others also noticed the change in world energy and rushed out of their respective residences to look into the distance. A moment later, Pang Zhen's face changed greatly. These arrogant Sea Clan bastards dare attack Sunrise Island? Activate the defensive spirit array. As soon as this order was given, Sunrise Island immediately buzzed and soon, the huge island was covered in a layer of transparent energy. All the cultivators on the island also moved out and gathered around Pang Zhen, each of them wearing dignified expressions. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on, so naturally, he was curious and also came to Pang Zhen's side. Sect Master Yang, the Sea Clan has come to cause trouble. I must ask Sect Master Yang to withdraw. Pang Zhen tried to persuade him. Yang Kai's previous proposal was very much to his liking. Whether or not he could obtain a higher status in Sea Temple depended on whether Yang Kai's proposal was successful, so he was very concerned about Yang Kai, lest Yang Kai be implicated. It's fine. Island Master Pang can do as he pleases. I'll just take a look around, Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Zhen thought for a moment and no longer tried to persuade him. After all, Yang Kai had proven his strength before. Why is the Sea Clan so aggressive? Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea Clan. After all, they are two different races that live together in the deep sea, so friction is inevitable. However, this Pang has never seen a situation like today's. My Sea Temple and the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace also have some agreements that prevent us from dispatching so many masters to deal with the other side. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a few times before he asked casually, the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of cultivation resources from the deep sea, right? Pang Zhen was so focused on wondering why the Sea Clan had dispatched so many masters that he didn't have time to ponder over Yang Kai's question and simply said, they have a natural advantage in being able to collect resources from the deepest depths of the sea, something our Sea Temple cannot compare with. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Jin realized something and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was smiling happily. Pang Jun's expression couldn't help becoming serious as he said, "Sect Master Yang, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Sea Clan is not easy to deal with, so if you want to exchange any cultivation resources with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sea Clan has always looked down on our human race. You have lived inland for a long time, so you probably don't understand this." "Many thanks for Island Master Pang's reminder," Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Jin naturally knew what Yang Kai was thinking and why Yang Kai would think this way. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days now, yet no one from the Sea Clan's headquarters had come to discuss the matter of trading resources with him. Anyone would have been resentful. If Sea Temple was the sole ruler of the Endless Sea, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait patiently. But now that Sea God Palace had suddenly appeared, Pang Jin knew that Yang Kai had set his sights on Sea God Palace. If he could establish a connection with Sea God Palace, it wouldn't matter whether he had Sea Temple or not. If he lost this merit, Pang Jin would find it difficult to advance and could only remain on Sunrise Island as an island master for the rest of his life. Although he was free and unfettered, he was still some distance away from the true center of power. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Pang Jin also felt a little resentful. He didn't resent Yang Kai, but rather was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sea Clan's headquarters. However, he didn't have time to think about this right now. While he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous wave had already arrived a few kilometers in front of Sunrise Island and without stopping, rushed straight towards the island. Hong Long Long. Sunrise Island's spirit array restriction shook violently, nearly breaking apart. After a long time, the monstrous wave subsided and swept across the entire Sunrise Island before disappearing. Pang Jin raised his head towards the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, "Shang Ao, what do you mean by this? Does Sea God Palace want to declare war on my Sea Temple?" "Pang Jin, hand over that person. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Sunrise Island will never be able to rest in peace." Shang Ao roared, his voice like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Pang Jin was stunned. Hand over who? He had no idea what Shang Ao was talking about and felt completely baffled. "Don't play dumb. This general officer will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If you don't see the person this general officer wants to see, you can just wait for your death." Although Shang Ao was strong, he was obviously simple-minded. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what others said, it was useless. Now, he was certain that the person he was looking for was on Sunrise Island. Shang Ao being so rude and unreasonable angered Pang Jin greatly, and he sneered coldly, "This island master doesn't know who you're talking about, and even if he did, this island master wouldn't hand her over to you." Pang Jin was a third-order origin returning realm master, an island master. Shang Ao had come here to cause trouble for no reason and even dared to threaten him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. "Good, since you said so, don't blame this general for being ruthless." Shang Ao's face became fierce, and just as he was about to begin a slaughter, the scantily clad woman beside him suddenly pulled him back. "Wait a moment." Although Shang Ao's expression was unpleasant, he didn't refute her words and instead stood mid-air with an angry look on his face as he squinted towards the people below, his eyes filled with contempt. He seemed to look down on everyone, even Pang Jin. But when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Yang Kai, who had a harmless smile on his face, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This caused Shang Ao to take a few more glances at Yang Kai. Chapter 1701. Although the existence of Yang Kai had caught Shang Ao's attention, he did not pay much attention to him. The sea race was an arrogant race. They had always thought that they, who were born in the sea, were the noblest creatures in the world. All other races should bow down to them, especially the human race, which had a large population. They were qualified to be so arrogant. Every Sea Clan member, from the day they were born, was naturally proficient in water attributes, secret arts, and martial skills, unlike the human race. Many Sea Clan members never cultivated in their entire lives and could not escape death, forever living as ordinary people. For the first time, Yang Kai experienced the arrogance of the Sea Clan. The beautiful woman standing next to Shang Ao looked down and lightly opened her lips. Island Master Pang, this is not the first time this mistress and you have met. Since everyone knows each other's roots, this mistress will speak frankly. An important person from my sea god palace has gone missing near your Sunrise Island. We have reason to suspect that Sea Temple's people have abducted this important person, so we ask Island Master Pang to hand over this person. Although the woman tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, her expression inadvertently revealed her inner anxiety. Pang Zhen naturally recognized this Sea Clan woman and frowned. An important person from your Sea Clan? Who is it? He was very curious about the identity of this missing Sea Clan master, and faintly felt that this person's status in the Sea Clan was definitely not low, most likely a member of the royal family. Otherwise, Shang Ao and this woman would not have come together in such an aggressive manner. No matter what, he had to find out. The woman shook her head gently and said in a pleasant voice, "Sorry, this mistress cannot tell you who it is." Pang Zhen sneered, "Great Commander Qianmo, are you sure you're not joking? Based on your guess, so many origin returning realm masters from Sea God Palace came to embarrass my Sunrise Island. Do you think my Sea Temple is easy to bully?" The woman named Qianmo frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not just this mistress' guess. The master disappeared near Sunrise Island, otherwise, we would not have rushed here." Pang Zhen's eyes shrank. Qianmo was one of the 8 great commanders of Sea God Palace. She was in existence on the same level as Shang Ao and had a venerated status. In the Sea Clan, there were not many people with higher status than her. Yet, she still had to address the missing sea race's master. Could it be that a member of the Sea God Palace's royal family had really gone missing? This was no small matter. Pang Zhen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was just a little-known member of the sea race, he could just ignore it. After all, he really hadn't seen him before. But if it was a member of the royal family, he couldn't do that. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely trigger a war between Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God Palace. That was an outcome that no one wanted to see. After pondering for a long time, Pang Zhen said with a solemn expression, "My Sunrise Island has not seen any sea race members recently." Perhaps Commander Qianmo was mistaken. Qianmo interrupted him. "If it is convenient for Island Master Pang, this mistress would like to search Sunrise Island. Is that okay?" "Just searching?" Pang Zhen looked at her carefully. Compared to the current situation, this request was not too much. If it was any other occasion, at any other time, Pang Zhen definitely wouldn't agree, but since it involved a member of the royal family, if he didn't agree, it would most likely trigger Shang Ao's simple yet sturdy nerves, and a great battle would ensue. As such, Pang Zhen had to make some concessions. "Just searching," Qianmo promised. "This mistress is very familiar with that master. If she really is on Sunrise Island, this mistress will definitely be able to sense it, whether or not someone is hiding her." When she said this last sentence, Qianmo's eyes became as sharp as a blade. It was easy to imagine that if things were really as she guessed, Sunrise Island would be bathed in blood today. Pang Zhen hesitated. With the other party speaking so confidently, he didn't dare to be too sure of his own judgment. Although he was the island master, there were so many disciples of Supreme Ocean Palace living on Sunrise Island. If one of them was blind enough to secretly bring back a member of the sea race, "All right, I agree," Pang Zhen quickly said. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. So Pang Zhen could only hope that the sea race's guess was wrong. "Many thanks." Qianmo nodded and then released her divine sense, spreading it inch by inch across Sunrise Island. Everyone waited quietly. On the vast coast, there were hundreds of masters, but none of them spoke. Even their breathing was suppressed, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Shang Ao was so anxious that he felt like he was constipated, the scar on his face becoming more and more terrifying as he glanced between Qianmo and Pang Zhen, his eyes wide open. After a long time, Qianmo suddenly opened her eyes. Pang Zhen's expression became serious as he stared at her without blinking. "How is it?" Shang Ao hurriedly asked. Qianmo showed a look of disappointment as she turned to Shang Ao and slowly shook her head. "She's not here." "Impossible!" Shang Ao shouted. She disappeared near Sunrise Island. How could she not be here? There must be some kind of mistake, right? Did they move her somewhere else? Sunrise Island has a space array that allows passage between the various islands of Sea Temple. Shang-ao, if you want to fight then fight, don't be so noisy. Pang Jun shouted angrily, this time with much more confidence. Shang-ao was already annoyed to begin with, so Pang Jun's words were undoubtedly aimed at him, causing him to glare fiercely as the surging strength in his body surged. Qianamo was the first to speak, Island Master Pang. This time this mistress and the others made a mistake. This mistress apologizes for the trouble this mistress has caused to your esteemed island. This mistress will definitely come to apologize again in the future. Hearing her say this, Pang Jun's complexion improved greatly. The sea race had always looked down on the human race, so Qianamo being able to say such words clearly showed how anxious she was and was no longer in the mood to maintain her arrogance. As for whether or not she would really come to apologize in the future, that was no longer important. Pang Jun was also a shrewd person, so he naturally understood when to stop and gently nodded. Since that's the case, please forgive this Pang for not seeing you out. Have a safe trip. The sea race masters did not say a word and quickly retreated. Only Shang-ao glanced at Pang Jun unwillingly before leaving, as if he couldn't wait to have a big fight to vent the bitterness in his heart. After the sea race masters retreated 1,000 kilometers away, Pang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The other leaders of Sunrise Island also looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Don't be fooled by their tough attitude just now. In fact, everyone's hearts were in their throats. With Sunrise Island's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for them to resist the elites led by the two Sea Clan great commanders. Fortunately, in the end, the matter was resolved perfectly and no real battle broke out. Island Master, who from the sea race went missing? Why are both Shang-ao and Qianamo so nervous? Someone asked from the side. Pang Jun winked at this person but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, Sect Master Yang, this Pang has just received news that the people from the sea race's headquarters will arrive on Sunrise Island in 3 days. I hope Sect Master Yang can be patient and stay on Sunrise Island for a few more days. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This Yang will naturally accept Island Master Pang's hospitality, but your sea race doesn't seem too interested in this Yang's proposal. Pang Jun opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. From his point of view, Sea Temple had indeed been somewhat negligent, so he could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to embarrass him, and simply said a few words before taking his leave and returning to the place Pang Jun had arranged for him. Since Sea Temple was not enthusiastic about his proposal, Yang Kai would not ask them for help and instead turned his attention to the Sea Clan. Pang Jun also said that the Sea Clan had a natural advantage and could mine far more cultivation resources than Sea Temple. If the Sea Clan could reach a cooperative relationship with High Heaven Sect, their future would be much brighter than if they cooperated with Sea Temple. However, if he wanted to cooperate with the Sea Clan, it would be very difficult. Unless he directly used force to subdue them, there was probably no possibility of success. Late at night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared thoughtfully in a certain direction. Just now, he noticed that Pang Jun and some of the masters from Sunrise Island had left the island, but he didn't know what they were going to do. However, Yang Kai guessed that they were looking for the missing important figure from the Sea Clan. For Shang-ao and Qianamo to attach so much importance to this person, their status was definitely not low. If Pang Jun could find them, it would undoubtedly be a great merit. At that time, whether it was using them to negotiate with Sea God Palace or to exchange for some supplies, it would be a simple matter. From what Yang Kai could perceive, the masters from the Sea Clan had not gone too far from Sunrise Island, only moving about 30,000 kilometers away. They seemed to be certain that their clansmen had gone missing near Sunrise Island, so they were only searching within this area. Yang Kai watched with interest and secretly wondered what kind of scene it would be if the two sides met. However, this idea was obviously superfluous. Whether it was the cultivator from Sunrise Island or the cultivator from the Sea Clan, both sides were trying their best to avoid interfering with each other. Suddenly, an aura suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's perception. Before he could figure out what was going on, another aura disappeared, followed by a third, a fourth. In just a short time, The auras of more than a dozen creatures had mysteriously disappeared. This wasn't the annihilation of death, but the complete disappearance of one's soul. Yang Kai was stunned. He was now the Star Master of Shadowed Star, so as long as he wanted to, he could monitor the movements of any place he wanted to. However, he had not been able to figure out how these creatures had disappeared. They had simply disappeared for no reason. Even their companions had not noticed. At first, only the Sea Clan disappeared, but soon, the masters from Sunrise Island also disappeared one after another. By the time the remaining people realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Of the 100 to 200 masters from the two clans, only a few were left. In the next few moments, these people had disappeared, as if they had never existed. Chapter 1702. Yang Kai suddenly got up and his figure flickered, flying directly from Sunrise Island to the territory where the incident had occurred. Floating midair, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards, trying to find the real reason for the disappearance of these creatures. Such a strange phenomenon appearing in this territory made Yang Kai, the sect master of Shadowed Star, both confused and shocked. Yang Kai stood quietly midair, not missing any details, but still could not find any clues. The surrounding heaven and earth was filled with a creepy and mysterious atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. At a certain moment, though, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, an island shrouded in shadows had strangely appeared. This island was hazy, like the moon in the water or flowers in the fog, making it impossible to see clearly. No matter how Yang Kai condensed his divine sense, he was unable to grasp any trace of it. It was as if this island did not exist, its distance fluctuating, but it was filled with an inexplicable aura. A dark hole silently split open behind Yang Kai, and by the time Yang Kai noticed, it was already too late. The dark hole was like the maw of a fierce beast, swallowing Yang Kai in one gulp. After that, it disappeared. A strong wind blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the sea, but within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, there were no longer any signs of life. The place where Yang Kai reappeared was a sandy beach with the usual humidity and smell of the sea. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, though, he heard the sound of fighting, some of which sounded familiar to him. Looking towards the source of these voices, Yang Kai quickly found that a large number of the human race and Sea Clan masters who had disappeared from his senses were on this beach. Pengjin, Shang'ao, and Chinamo were among them. However, their situation was very bad as they were being besieged by a group of unknown cultivators. Although Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were not on good terms with each other, with friction occurring every year, they at least knew each other well. Now that they had suddenly fallen into such a predicament, they naturally put aside their former enmity and worked together to fight. There were not many people besieging them, only around 30 to 40 of them. But even so, the powerhouses of Supreme Ocean Temple and Sea God's Palace were still retreating. If it wasn't for the fact that those people of unknown origin didn't have the intention to kill them all, Pengjin, Shang'ao, and the rest would most likely suffer heavy losses. Yang Kai found this situation quite strange as he found that none of these people showed any signs of using their Saint Chi. Instead, they were all fighting with their own physical strength. It wasn't just the cultivator with unknown origins. Pengjin, Shang'ao, and the others were the same. Shang'ao was tall and strong. As a member of the Sea Clan, the quality of his physical body was extremely strong, so even if he was besieged by 4 or 5 enemies, he could still barely cope. He wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Pengjin, on the other hand, was in a difficult situation. In terms of combat power, he was actually not much worse than Shang'ao, but without being able to use his Saint Chi, his combat effectiveness plummeted, causing him to be forced into a corner. The other human race cultivator was the same. Without the natural advantage of the Sea Clan's physical strength, not only were they no match for the Sea Clan's men, but they were also no match for a woman like Chinamo. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before trying to circulate his Saint Chi, but was surprised to find that the Saint Chi in his body remained motionless. This strange place actually had a power that restricted his Saint Chi. This discovery startled him. Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense, but found that his divine sense could only extend 500 meters out of his body. What was this place? Why was there such a powerful restriction on his Saint Chi and divine sense? Yang Kai was puzzled. Two people nearby saw that Yang Kai wasn't very old and grinned wickedly as they attacked him from the left and right. Yang Kai hadn't figured out the situation here yet, but he didn't want to show off too much, so while dealing with these two, he secretly scanned his surroundings. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai could be said to be a top-level existence. The life-revitalizing jade cream he brought out from the Emperor Garden was not for nothing, and he also had a large amount of golden blood in his body. Coupled with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he could even face an Origin King without fear. Yang Kai was now certain that this was not Shadowed Star, or rather, this place was no longer under the control of Shadowed Star. Because even his connection with Shadowed Star had been severed, he could not take advantage of the various conveniences of the Star Master to act. This was definitely an independent, sealed space. The battle was in full swing as both sides fought fiercely. Constantly, a human or sea clan cultivator was captured, tied up, and sent to the side. However, Shang Ao and the others were still struggling to resist, injuring many of their enemies. A tall, skinny man stood nearby and watched. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to resolve the battle after such a long time, he couldn't sit still any longer and sneered. As soon as you enter Serene Soul Island, you are separated from the heavens. Don't resist and obediently follow this king to see Island Master. As long as you are obedient, Island Master will not embarrass you. Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhun, Shang Ao, and Qianmo exclaimed at the same time, all of their faces turning extremely pale. Even Yang Kai was shocked. This place is actually Serene Soul Island? He couldn't believe it. He had long heard of the name Serene Soul Island. There were originally 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. One was the Lu Yin Sandfield, the second was the Emperor Garden, and the third was Serene Soul Island. Needless to say, the Lu Yin Sandfield was originally a place that opened once every few hundred years for the younger generation cultivator of various great forces to enter for life experience. Normally, no one could enter it. The Emperor Garden was also a famous place. It was the private home of Starfield's great emperors. The last time it opened, many geniuses gathered in Star territory and obtained great benefits from it. Serene Soul Island was different from the other two. The other two were places where one could experience life experience and obtain benefits, but Serene Soul Island was a land of death. It was rumored that Serene Soul Island existed in the limitless ocean, but no one had ever seen it. Anyone who had seen it had disappeared, never to return, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many Shadowed Star cultivator doubted whether Serene Soul Island really existed because no one could provide any evidence to prove it. Serene Soul Island. It only existed in legends. But now, this thin man actually said that this place was Serene Soul Island. How could Pang Zhun, Shang Ao, and the others not be shocked? They were all creatures who had lived in the deep sea for a long time and were familiar with all kinds of legends, so when they heard the word Serene Soul Island, all of them turned pale. If this place was really Serene Soul Island, it meant that the legends were true, and they would never be able to return to the limitless ocean. They would be trapped in this damned place where they could not use their Saint Chi, and their divine sense was infinitely suppressed. Furthermore, they would have to obey the orders of an unknown island master. This was something no master could tolerate. Indeed, this is indeed Serene Soul Island. The thin man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He had the same reaction when he heard the news when he was trapped in this place. Calculating the time, he thought. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Shang Ao and Pang Zhun glanced at each other. Both of them roared in unison, "Only a fool would believe you." "Humph, stubborn fools." The thin man coldly snorted, not wanting to waste any more time, and stepped forward. His entire body was emitting an aura that made people raise their eyebrows. With a casual wave of his hand, the few human race and sea clan masters who stood in his way were smashed to pieces without being able to put up the slightest resistance. He didn't use his Saint Chi, instead relying on his brute physical strength. Shang Ao's eyes narrowed as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He could tell how powerful this lanky man was. That skinny body of his was actually able to produce such an unimaginable amount of strength. The thin man only took a few steps forward before arriving in front of Shang Ao. He wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, so naturally he wanted to kill Shang Ao. After all, Shang Ao seemed to be the strongest among this group. He didn't make any special movements. He simply threw out a punch towards Shang Ao's face. His punch caused the air to explode. Shang Ao roared as his burly body stood in place like a wooden stake, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of him to block. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the thin man's fist slammed into Shang Ao's arms, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Shang Ao's burly body was sent flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. When he struggled to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, giving him a ferocious appearance. After swaying for a moment, he fell backwards. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them showing looks of horror. The human race and Sea Clan masters who were still resisting stopped what they were doing one after another. This thin man could knock out Shang Ao with a single punch, so killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Even Pang Zhan, after changing his expression a few times, signaled to the Sea Temple cultivators with his eyes, telling them to give up resisting. In the face of absolute strength, resistance was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. Seeing this, the thin man showed a satisfied expression and laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Very good. Don't worry, this king doesn't want to kill you all. Serene Soul Island hasn't had anyone here for a long time, so your arrival is just in time to replenish the population here. The island master doesn't allow anyone to kill. Of course, the premise is that you all must be obedient. Perhaps soon, we can even become companions. Stay here for a while, and you will know what kind of place Serene Soul Island is. He smiled happily. The faces of the human race and Sea Clan masters were ugly. Yang Kai frowned slightly as his expression changed a few times before he quickly made a decision. He did not intend to be manipulated by this thin man. Whether or not this place was Serene Soul Island, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. Thinking so, he made a feint and directly escaped from the battle, quickly running away. This action finally caused the thin man to notice Yang Kai's existence, causing his face to sink as he coldly snorted, "You don't know what's good for you. Go kill him." Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly annoyed him, so his last sentence was directed at his two subordinates. Receiving the order, the two of them quickly chased after Yang Kai. The Sea Clan masters did not recognize Yang Kai and only thought that he was a disciple of Sea Palace, so they only glanced at Yang Kai's back and did not pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Pang Zhan was stunned, wondering why Yang Kai would appear here. But now that he could not even protect himself, he did not have the spare time to think about Yang Kai, so he just stood there with a pale face. Chapter 1703. As soon as the skinny man in the lead gave the order, his subordinates immediately rushed forward and tied up the remaining human and sea race cultivators. But those who resisted were beaten black and blue. Regardless of the cultivation of these people who followed the slender leader, without exception, all of them had physiques far superior to those of the outside world. So the human and sea race cultivators had no chance to resist and were quickly suppressed. The slender leader put on a fake smile and said, "Be obedient and there will be benefits for you. But if you dare to act rashly, many people die on Serene Soul Island every year. Think carefully." Pang Zhan, Qianmo, and the others' faces sank as a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the two corpses on the ground and sighed slightly. He had just arrived and didn't want to start a massacre. But the two people who had chased after him were unwilling to let him go. They looked like they were determined to kill him. With no other choice, Kai Yang had no choice but to kill them. Without using Saint Chi, those who could fight Yang Kai with their physical strength were probably less than 5 in the entire star territory. So how could these two unknown minions be Yang Kai's opponent? After a few moves, they were lying on the ground. Yang Kai plundered their space rings before quickly leaving in a certain direction. Half an hour later, another cultivator arrived, and after seeing the two corpses on the ground, His expression changed, and he quickly returned to Serene Soul Island to report the situation. At this time, Yang Kai was already a few hundred kilometers away. In a natural cave on the coast, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. This cave was relatively damp and not suitable for living, but Yang Kai couldn't care less. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai tried to circulate his Saint Chi and communicate with Shadowed Star, but to no avail. All failed. This strange place really cut off his connection with Shadowed Star, depriving him of his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Fortunately, although his divine sense was infinitely suppressed, he could still use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take out anything from his space ring, let alone use the artifacts he had been nurturing inside his body. Whether it was using space rings or artifacts, they all required a certain level of divine sense as a bridge. Once divine sense could not be used, these external forces would not be able to be used. This made Yang Kai feel slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out the space rings of the two people he had killed before and began checking their belongings. With Yang Kai's current net worth, he naturally wouldn't care about the wealth of two ordinary cultivator. However, Yang Kai could use these two people's belongings to investigate the situation on Shadowed Soul Island. So before leaving, Yang Kai took their space rings with him. The original cultivations of these two were not very high, so the barriers on their space rings were easily broken by Yang Kai. Carefully rummaging through their rings, Kai Yang discovered that these two fellows were relatively poor. Aside from some food, there was nothing else in their rings. Apart from their rings, there were only a few Saint crystals, a few low-grade artifacts, some martial arts records that Yang Kai didn't care about, and a few jade bottles. Saint crystals were completely useless here. Yang Kai couldn't even use his Saint Chi here, so how could Saint crystals play a role? Yang Kai didn't care about the artifacts and martial arts records. He took out the jade bottles, opened the caps, and poured out a gray pill from the bottle. As soon as it entered his hand, Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. With his current identity as an Origin King Great Alchemist, he could naturally see at a glance that the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although it couldn't be said to be a failure, it definitely didn't display the full efficacy of the raw materials. The refinement technique was very rough, and the medicinal efficacies of the raw materials were not even fully condensed. This medicinal pill was a failed product that was formed by mixing several different ingredients together at will. However, Yang Kai remembered that he couldn't use his Saint Chi in this damned place. Yang Kai was relieved. Without being able to use Saint Chi, Alchemist had no way to condense medicinal liquids and fully display the effects of the raw materials. This was probably the reason. As a result, the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although with Yang Kai's vision and level of expertise, he didn't care about this kind of spirit pill at all, he was still very curious about its function. None of the spirit pills he had mastered so far matched the one in front of him, which made him feel a little surprised. After observing for a while and smelling the scent of this pill, Yang Kai determined that it was not poisonous and simply threw it into his mouth. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of amazement, muttering, "So that's how it is. No wonder the physiques of each of them are so good. It turns out it was because of this pill." After tasting it, Yang Kai immediately understood the purpose of this pill. It was actually a pill used for body tempering. After taking this pill, Yang Kai clearly felt a stream of heat rise from his lower abdomen and flow into his limbs, transforming his 5 viscera, 6 organs, and tendons, allowing his body to develop in a better direction. The effect of this pill on Yang Kai was negligible, almost negligible. But for those cultivator who had not specifically tempered their physique, it was of some help. If they could take this pill over a long period of time, it would definitely improve their physique. This was probably the fundamental reason why the cultivator living on Serene Soul Island had a much stronger physique than the average human or Sea Clan cultivator. They should have all taken this spirit pill. Saint Chi could not be used on Serene Soul Island, and one's divine sense was suppressed to the limit, but the cultivator living here had found another way to become stronger. Everything was not without reason. Yang Kai was also very interested in this pill. However, he did not know the pill recipe or the raw materials, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Outside the cave, Yang Kai looked into the distance and could vaguely see a city in the center of Serene Soul Island. This should be where the residents of Serene Soul Island lived. In the center of this city, there was an extremely tall building that almost reached into the sky. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and looked at the rolling sea. Without hesitating for long, he jumped into the sea and swam forward using his hands and feet. Under the premise that he could not use his Saint Chi, he could only rely on this most primitive method to go out to sea. Now, he could judge that Serene Soul Island was definitely an independent sealed space. Just like the floating continent he had entered when he first entered Star Territory, this place had its own world principles that were not affected by shadowed stars' interference. Since it was an independent sealed space, there should be a limit. Yang Kai wanted to find this limit and see if he could break it to escape. Even if he failed, Yang Kai could still go back and think of a way. For example, he could go deep into the city and find the island master of Serene Soul Island to ask about the situation. Presumably, the island master knew more about this place than he did. The sea was cold and Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast. There were many ferocious sea beasts that lived in the sea. Under Yang Kai's fists and feet, they were all reduced to dust. Over the next few days, Yang Kai discovered that these sea beasts were different from those in the outside world. Their physiques also seemed to be far stronger than those of their kind in the outside world. Killing them in the sea really took Yang Kai a lot of effort. Over the past few days, Yang Kai would occasionally find a few ships out to sea wandering around a certain part of Star Territory. Those should be the ships of Shadowed Soul Island's residents, and seeing them bustle about, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. They seemed to be looking for something in the sea with great concentration. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. These ships could only move around near the coast. They didn't dare to move a little further. After all, the deeper they went into the sea, the greater the danger they would encounter. These sea beasts couldn't withstand Yang Kai's attacks, but that didn't mean that they were weak. For the next few days, Yang Kai found nothing. Gradually, he could no longer see anyone. However, he didn't give up and continued to explore ahead. On this day, in the vast sea, Yang Kai suddenly found something. He hurriedly focused his attention and looked ahead. A multicolored light pierced through the thin mist and entered Kai Yang's line of sight. Yang Kai was suddenly in high spirits and quickly rushed in that direction. After a few days, all he could see was the same scenery. Or rather, there was no scenery at all. This was also a kind of torture for Yang Kai. Now that there was a sudden change, he was naturally very happy. No matter what the colorful light was, it was better than the unchanging sea. In a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the place. However, the scene he saw made Yang Kai slightly absent-minded. In this sea, there was a lotus. Roughly counting, there were at least a few dozen lotuses of different colors blooming on the surface of the sea. There were pink, green, silver, and golden lotuses, and every single one of them was emitting dense spiritual energy. Sea lotus? Yang Kai frowned. However, this was obviously not an ordinary sea lotus, but a precious alchemy material. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He swam forward and came to a cyan sea lotus. He reached out and dropped a petal, putting it in his mouth and chewing. After a while, his eyes became brighter and he couldn't help laughing. So the main ingredient of the alchemy is this. He had been very interested in this special spirit pill before, but unfortunately, he didn't know what the raw material was. He didn't expect that this trip to the sea would be so easy to find. Thinking about it, the several ships he had encountered before should also be looking for this kind of sea lotus. Unfortunately, they could only operate near the coast and missed this ocean link pond. Yang Kai happily picked these sea lotuses, stored them in a special way, and put them into his space ring. After some investigation, he found that these sea lotuses had obvious differences in their medicinal efficacies according to their color. The pink ones had the lowest medicinal efficacies, followed by the cyan ones, silver ones, and gold ones. The stronger the medicinal efficacies of the sea lotus, the fewer there were. There was only one golden sea lotus, and it stood in the center of the ocean link pond, admiring itself. There were also not many silver sea lotuses, only 6 in total, all of which were extremely precious. These materials could play a huge role in Yang Kai's hands. With his current level, He could infer the body-tempering pill's pill recipe and refine it himself. Yang Kai didn't intend to let go of any sea lotus. Chapter 1704. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Yang Kai wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Yang Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Yang Kai, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Yang Kai's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant, and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yang Kai brought the blue lotus to its mouth, and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction and swam around Yang Kai even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Yang Kai grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Yang Kai and the little dolphin, arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger and immediately hid behind Yang Kai. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Yang Kai reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Yang Kai viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Yang Kai as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye. The seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its 2 extremely bright eyes looked at Yang Kai, then at the sea beast in the distance, and then back at Yang Kai. It seemed to be unable to understand. How could such a small Yang Kai beat such a big sea beast? The size of the two was simply on the same level. However, it obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead, it looked at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes and made a sound of joy from its mouth. It then swam in front of Yang Kai and used its head to nudge Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it wanted to do. The little dolphin continued to nudge. After a long time, Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed to the back of the little dolphin and asked, "You want me to go up?" The little dolphin nodded vigorously. Yang Kai's expression was strange. Looking at its 3 feet-long body, he hesitated and said, "That's not very good. Aren't you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin couldn't carry him. The little dolphin didn't allow him to say anything and dove into the sea. The next moment, young Kai felt that he was being lifted up by something and was slowly rising. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water. It cried out happily as it swam forward quickly, riding the wind and breaking the waves. It was fast and steady. Young Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "I have underestimated you." The little dolphin's swimming speed in the sea was more than 10 times faster than his. When it moved forward, the sea seemed to take the initiative to part to both sides, without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin looked back proudly and glanced at Young Kai with a look that said, "Praise me more." Young Kai laughed and stood on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it fly forward with him. He didn't know what kind of creature this dolphin-like little thing was. Judging from its cowardly behavior just now, it would be very difficult for it to survive in such an environment. However, it was able to understand his words, which meant that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to a 7- or 8-year-old child. However, with the little dolphin as a ride, young Kai felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it was so intimate with him and even asked him to sit on it, it must know that without his protection, it would be difficult to survive here. This was also a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Young Kai thought that the little dolphin wouldn't be of much use except as a ride, but soon he found that he was wrong. He was very wrong. This little thing swam freely in the sea, seemingly without any order or purpose, but it could always bring Young Kai to some sea lotuses scattered in the deep sea. Young Kai initially thought that it was just luck, but 2 days later, he found that this was the little dolphin's ability. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of the sea lotuses from thousands of miles away. Young Kai had a great harvest. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Young Kai could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Young Kai to find the sea lotuses, so Young Kai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later, Young Kai stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise, they could only search near the coast. On this day, the little dolphin brought Young Kai to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Young Kai had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Young Kai. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Young Kai's eyes lit up. Even though Young Kai had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. "Good job." Young Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Young Kai, especially after Young Kai casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Young Kai. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Young Kai, A single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Yang Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves, and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. "Bastard! You dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus." As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Yang Kai angrily, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In midair, the man threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The punch was silent and seemed to be light and powerless, but Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he let out a long roar, leapt into the air, and met the incoming punch with a punch. The 2 fists collided without any fancy moves, and a force pattern visible to the naked eye swept through the air like a ripple. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short while, a deafening sound rang out as a violent force erupted, directly distorting the surrounding space. Yang Kai was sent flying, and the cultivator of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize its body, somersaulting several times in the air before being sent flying back. Chapter 1705. Yang Kai landed lightly on a lotus leaf and raised his head to look ahead. Only now did he have the time to size up the newcomer. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an old man with a short stature. Even if he stood up straight, Yang Kai estimated that he was still a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark like the bottom of a pot, comparable to old black-face Yin Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps because his treasures had been taken away by Yang Kai, this old man's complexion had become even darker. The clothes he was wearing were simple and crude, made from the skin of an unknown sea beast. The clothes were in tatters and looked tattered. His bulging muscles were exposed, and they were filled with explosive power. It was very eye-catching. It could be said that apart from this old man's short stature, his body was well-proportioned, which was the most direct manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously hadn't thought that Kai Yang would be able to take his fist head-on and not fall into a disadvantageous position. After landing on the ground, he frowned slightly. Immediately after, he rushed over at an even faster speed and roared, "Little brat, today either you die or this old man dies." Yang Kai had taken 2/3 of the shadowed heaven lotus, which was even more serious than taking his life. So how could he let Yang Kai off so easily? If possible, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a muddle-headed person, but seeing this old man's demeanor and tone, he knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Moreover, he rarely encountered an opponent like this old man, so naturally he was a little excited. Not only did he not shrink back, but he also laughed and rushed forward. In midair, the 2 figures separated as soon as they came into contact, and only after a long time did a violent explosion resound. The second time they fought, the 2 were still evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Without any time to breathe, the 2 rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin was hiding in the lake on the island, looking up, its eyes filled with worry. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bursting sounds kept coming from the island, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting the ocean lotus in the lake. At this point, both of them had the same scruples, not wanting to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the battlefield was shifted to the sea. Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, and his eyes lit up. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and tangled with the unknown old man, their fists and feet colliding. This barbaric way of fighting allowed him to experience a carefree feeling he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud and did not care about his injuries at all. He looked like he was going to fight the old man with his life. He had never shown any signs of failure. The old man's expression was stern as he was secretly shocked. He had been on Serene Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he had long known what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He had originally thought that his attainments in the physical body were extremely high, enough to occupy the top position in the territory. But he did not expect that a young man who suddenly appeared could actually fight with him to such an extent. This young man's physique was not inferior to his at all. The sound of bones breaking could be heard constantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The old man was surprised to find that this young man's blood was not red. Instead, it was golden in color. That golden blood contained a blood vitality and energy fluctuation that left him flabbergasted. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. Boy, your good luck has come to an end. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a five-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art. Earth Sword Chi. The Earth Sword Chi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, rare origin king-grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the Earth Sword Chi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Hong Long. The yellow energy shield was blasted apart, and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands, and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yang Kai turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably, as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right. I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" the old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island," the old man added. "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, "The previous island master was this old master." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." "Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself and said, "Now, this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you." "It was just a fluke," Yang Kai said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago, when he was fighting with Yang Kai had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight, he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Chi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Chi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. "Yes." Yang Kai did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire star territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island, things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivator had wandered to Serene Soul Island. So naturally, some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Yang Kai's body-tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Yang Kai had a profound body-tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. Let me introduce myself. I am Shahu. When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice, as if Yang Kai should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Yang Kai just lightly cupped his fists. So it's Mr. Sha. I'm Yang Kai. Shahu frowned and asked tentatively, have you never heard of this old master's name? Yang Kai chuckled. Mr. Sha, are you from the deep sea? Shahu nodded and asked, are you from the mainland? Not bad. Shahu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belong to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Shahu's expression relaxed slightly and he chuckled. This old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then, this old master was the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now? Old Sir is the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be stunned. I won't hide it from Old Sir. I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island. Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace. Shahu listened quietly. Feeling relieved, Shahu said, that group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island? I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship, Yang Kai chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Shahu's expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Yang Kai was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Yang Kai wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Shahu, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple, so with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Yang Kai frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Shahu, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Mingyu, on the other hand, was originally a vice island master under Shahu and was not much weaker than him. But one day, Mingyu's strength suddenly soared, and he competed with Shahu for power. As a result, Shahu was naturally defeated and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Shahu had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island, and most people would not be able to reach it. When Shahu fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Yang Kai was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Shahu could not say. He had once left this island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them, so he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Shahu shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is, Shahu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, this is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There is a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter, Shahu said unhurriedly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Shahu smiled. If the two of us join forces, we may be able to see Serene Soul Island. But this is just a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap. Yang Kai did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Shahu, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao Xiao? As long as Xiao Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Yang Kai was considering the authenticity of Shahu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Yang Kai did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Yang Kai were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yang Kai would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Shahu promptly changed the topic. Were you studying shadowed heaven lotuses and shadowed heaven pills just now? Yang Kai recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, These things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed heaven lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses shadowed heaven pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so shadowed heaven lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Shahu had a pained expression on his face. 1,000 shadowed heaven lotuses. On Serene Soul Island, there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now, they had all entered Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai suddenly asked, does old man Sha have a shadowed heaven pill recipe? Of course. Shahu chuckled, proudly saying, this old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island, something like a pill recipe. As he spoke, Shahu's eyes lit up as he pointed to Yang Kai and asked in a trembling voice, are you an alchemist? If Yang Kai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Shahu stared at Yang Kai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled, kind of. Are you really an alchemist? Shahu stood up directly. Yang Kai nodded again. Shahu froze for a moment before laughing. The heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me. Good, good, good. The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no shadowed heaven pills. Directly taking shadowed heaven lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining shadowed heaven lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, Shahu was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon, Shahu frowned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Yang Kai was puzzled. A moment ago, Shahu had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you are an alchemist, without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Shahu's face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Shahu sneered. Which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here, Saint Chi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire. Ugh, as Shahu spoke, he was left speechless. because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yang Kai's body. This was not Saint Qi, but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Shahu's face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world, he did not need to use Saint Qi to perform alchemy because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge see. What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with brilliant flame sect's heavenly thunder fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yang Kai's natal artifact, the alchemy furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yang Kai could enter the sealed world bead to perform alchemy. The sealed world bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Qi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yang Kai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Shahu. Chapter 1707. After learning that Yang Kai was not only an alchemist but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge see, so he did not need to rely on Saint Qi or earth fire to perform alchemy, Shahu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, he would not have to worry about not having enough shadowed heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the shadowed heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yang Kai study it himself. When you've finished studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the shadowed heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you. Shahu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yang Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yang Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Shahu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the shadowed heaven pill recipe. Yang Kai had some shadowed heaven pills on hand, so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yang Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the star territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the shadowed heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the shadowed heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high. So how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yang Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, it only took Yang Kai 5 days to design another shadowed heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Shahu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Yang Kai naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the shadowed heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Yang Kai called Shahu over. For the past few days, Shahu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Yang Kai's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yang Kai with eager eyes. "Old Shah, I still need some how-to-inia chordata." Shahu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep sea territory, and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the shadowed heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the shadowed heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the shadowed heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Yang Kai froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look towards Shahu and saying, "Old Shah seems to have come prepared." Shahu rubbed his hands and said, "Yang Kai, help this old master refine some shadowed heaven pills." As long as I have shadowed heaven pills, this old master can improve his strength again. At that time, we will have a chance to return to Serene Soul Island and find a way out. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although he knew that Shahu was trying to tempt him, he didn't care and simply said, I have no problem refining for you. But do you have any shadowed heaven lotus? The thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake on the island had already entered Yang Kai's space ring, so he would not take them out for Shahu to refine. You underestimate this old master too much. Shahu smiled like a sly old fox. With a flip of his hand, Shahu took out 17 to 18 shadowed heaven lotuses, all of them silver-grayed. Yang Kai was stunned. Shahu grinned. How could this old master not know the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket? I haven't been staying on this island all this time for the past 100 years. I've gone out to explore from time to time, so there should be some gains. Not only that, I've also collected a lot of supplementary herbs for refining shadowed heaven pills. See if there's anything you need. Saying so, Shahu took out a lot of other herbs. Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse, leaving behind the useful herbs and taking back the useless ones, hesitating for a moment before saying, I have no problem refining for you, but I can't do this for free. 50-50. Shahu did not wait for Yang Kai to finish and directly stated his price. Tell this old master what supplementary herbs you need and this old master will go out and help you find them. This old master will only take half of the shadowed heaven pills refined. Deal. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and nodded happily. With Shahu being so forthright, it would only make him look petty if he continued to refuse. After getting along with this old man for a while, Yang Kai found that apart from some disagreements at the beginning, they got along quite well. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Shahu smiled even more happily. On the same day, Shahu left the island and went to the territory to look for all kinds of supplementary herbs. Although Yang Kai also had some alchemy materials on hand, they were not enough to support a large number of shadowed heaven pills, so he had Shahu look for them as a precaution. After Shahu left the island, Yang Kai waved his hand. A red flame shot out from the palm of his hand and twisted in midair. The next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Yang Kai, her red hair fluttering in the wind. She wore fiery red armor that only covered her full breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. She had an attractive collarbone, a flat abdomen, and a delicate navel that was exposed to the air. Her two beautiful legs, from the middle of her thighs, were as white as snow, and her delicate jade feet were spotlessly clean. Amidst the raging flames, she exuded a strange sense of beauty. Artifact spirit Lu Yin. Today, she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Yang Kai and could be regarded as a special creature. What orders does Master have? Lu Yin asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me, Yang Kai said lightly. Lu Yin nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Yang Kai concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yin with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the shadowed heaven pill was not complicated, so with Yang Kai's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Yang Kai seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time, unlike before when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Yang Kai had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, Sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a shadowed heaven pill, Yang Kai put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of shadowed heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time, Yang Kai condensed 4 shadowed heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed and the number of times he refined increased, Yang Kai's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of shadowed heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours, and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Yang Kai's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Yang Kai to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind and Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air as if it was swimming in the sea, without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Yang Kai couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Yang Kai couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Yang Kai's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. Yang Kai saw crystal-clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing, and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with shadowed heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Shahu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many? Are they all for me? Shahu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number. Shahu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Yang Kai with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 shadowed heaven pills would be quite good, but now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Yang Kai had given him 600 to 700 shadowed heaven pills. How did he refine so many shadowed heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Shahu had seen many poor alchemists refine shadowed heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills, so how could they produce as many as Yang Kai could? This only showed that Yang Kai's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend. This old master will accept. Shahu restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Yang Kai's honesty and trustworthiness moved Shahu. Shahu had personally witnessed Yang Kai's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Since old man Shah has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse." Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Yang Kai hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Shahu was the former island master of Serene Soul Island. so he knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Shahu laughed. Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life. Forget it. This old master will first see if these shadowed heaven pills are useful to this old master. He had not taken shadowed heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many shadowed heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Shahu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Yang Kai's face. The next moment, Shahu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, "An origin grade pill? Yang Kai, you are actually an origin grade alchemist?" This time, who's of course. Before, when Yang Kai said he was an alchemist and could refine shadowed heaven pills, Shahu had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in alchemy, but as soon as this shadowed heaven pill entered his mouth, Shahu realized something was wrong. The shadowed heaven pill Yang Kai had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Shahu could instantly tell that this shadowed heaven pill was an origin grade pill, and at least an origin grade mid-rank one at that. It might even be high rank. This meant that Yang Kai was definitely an origin grade alchemist. Shahu did not dare to imagine that Yang Kai was an origin king grade alchemist because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Shahu's old face instantly flushed red. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the shadowed heaven pill. The shadowed heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the two dead people before. The shadowed heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Chi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine shadowed heaven pills and waste a large number of shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The shadowed heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink shadowed heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of shadowed heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine origin king grade shadowed heaven pills. The medicinal efficacies shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a shadowed heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of shadowed heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin-grade shadowed heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Chi or spiritual energy, taking shadowed heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Shahu stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Shahu, and smiled. Old man Shah seems to have made a breakthrough. Shahu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. Good. After 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Sha is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master? Shahu asked with a smile. In this damned place, he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. Good. To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Shahu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Shahu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Shahu was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you?" Old man Sha, feel free to use your full strength. Yang Kai responded indifferently. Shahu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, stealing his heart, Shahu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Shahu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter-tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Shahu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Shahu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing. While his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing, much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many shadowed heaven pills did you take? Shahu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so, Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, "Can your body bear it?" Over the past 3 days, he had only taken about 10 shadowed heaven pills. The shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 shadowed heaven pills in 3 days was already Shahu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. Why can't I bear it? Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the shadowed heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single shadowed heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Shahu stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster!" He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body-tempering secret art. Shahu secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 shadowed heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body-tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Shahu did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Shahu would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Shahu secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious shadowed heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivator on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhan of Sunrise Island and Qian Mo of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, but after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's third-order origin returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Qian Mo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Qian Mo. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Qian Mo's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Qian Mo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. Lady Qian Mo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some shadowed heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me, the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qian Mo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of shadowed heaven pills. Qian Mo was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qian Mo. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qian Mo to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for shadowed heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qian Mo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qian Mo only replied with one word, "Scram." You. The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qian Mo and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala. Almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace, and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now, they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qian Mo, they were about to be punished. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Zhen, Qianma, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the Thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now, the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good, good, good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered, "You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee hee." At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, "Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us." "Is that so?" The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, "When collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. All of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Qianmo, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the more than 10 cultivators of the Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace all changed. Outside, none of them would put this beaver beast in their eyes. They could kill it with a wave of their hand, but on Serene Soul Island, they might not be a match for the beaver even if they worked together. This was the first time they had gone out to sea, and the first time they had participated in the search for shadowed heaven lotuses. Without taking shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, they were no match for the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously retaliating, and he was doing it openly, so he would not violate the island master's orders. "What? Are you all deaf? Don't you listen to my words?" The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, infinite pleasure surging in his heart. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce as he shouted, "Throw them all into the sea." Without experiencing a few battles with these sea beasts, they won't know how precious shadowed heaven lotuses are. The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates responded loudly, each of them grinning from ear to ear as they grabbed at different targets. Pang Zhen and the others struggled to resist, but how could they be a match for the sharp-mouthed man? Although these Serene Soul Island residents were not as strong as Pang Zhen and the others in terms of cultivation, they had more or less taken some shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, so their physiques were generally strong. In just a few moments, Pang Zhen and the others were beaten black and blue and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beast that was rushing over obviously became much more excited, and its speed suddenly increased as its target was Pang Zhen and the others who had fallen into the sea, wanting to eat them as food. Cheap slave. The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and the others, glancing sideways at Qianmo and sneering, "If they die, it will be your responsibility. Heh. If you had submitted to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late now. As long as you kneel down and beg me to accept you, I can save them. A mere beaver beast won't be able to stop this, master." Qianmo's expression was one of grief and indignation as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the sharp-mouthed man. Pang Zhen and her didn't have much of a friendship, and although the cultivator of Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace had put aside their differences and joined hands to fight for Pang Zhen's life, Qianmo wasn't that noble. However, among the people who had fallen into the sea, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her family, so she couldn't just sit back and watch. "Despicable," Qianmo angrily rebuked. The sharp-mouthed man wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. "So what if this master is despicable? Do you think this is still Sea God Palace? Do you think you're still the commander of Sea God Palace? TSK. Back when I was outside, I was in awe of your Sea God's palace. When I saw people from your sea god's palace, I had to make a detour for fear of provoking you. I never thought that I would have a day like this. A dignified commander of the sea god's palace would have to kneel and beg me. Qian Mo's tender body trembled as her nails dug into her palms. Red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it at all. You don't have much time to think. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die. The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Qian Mo turned her head to look and was surprised to find that the huge sea beast was less than 500 feet away from Peng Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the beaver's speed? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop it, they would only end up being swallowed by the beaver one by one. A look of despair appeared on Qian Mo's face. Kneel down, the sharp-mouthed man shouted and put pressure on Qian Mo again. He could also see that Qian Mo was a little shaken, so putting pressure on her at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps Qian Mo would be crushed. The other residents of Serene Soul Island stood aside and watched the show with envy. The commander of Sea God Palace was such a noble status. In the past, they could only look up to her, but now they were being wantonly humiliated. This gave them a perverted pleasure, especially when it came to such a beautiful woman with such a hot body. When they thought of her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, the group of people felt that it was worth it even if they died immediately. Qian Mo's body swayed and her knees seemed to bend, but she quickly straightened up and gritted her teeth. In your dreams. The smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face stiffened as his expectation turned into disappointment and then into anger. Chapter 17:10. Qian Mo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. With my status, cultivation, and beauty, do you think Mingyu will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the shadowed heaven pill to refine my body, and you will have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then? The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qian Mo was sent out to collect shadowed heaven lotuses because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, she was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu, the island master, could. When the time came, Qian Mo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qian Mo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qian Mo into the sea. As long as Qian Mo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qian Mo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Mo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Peng Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qian Mo and Peng Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time, there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened, even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars, there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound, it was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked, because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. Although they could do it, they definitely couldn't do it as well as this person, and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Other than the slightly loud sound, there was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's, but carrying him forward. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now, someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pangjun, Qianemo, and the others. "Oh, he is..." Pangjun looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qianemo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qianemo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. "Old Sha, do you know this woman?" Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Shahu and asked curiously. Shahu laughed. "This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years. How could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you?" "Find me?" Yang Kai smiled. "That shouldn't be the case. She is a commander of Sea God Palace. I have nothing to do with her. Why does it seem like she really is here to find me?" As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qianemo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him, as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qianemo. A moment later, Qianemo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all and instead approached the little dolphin. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she called out in a trembling voice, "Princess!" "Princess?" Kai Yang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianma. Finally, it plunged into Qianma's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianma's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Shahu stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianma and the little dolphin before nodding. So that's how it is. It turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. No wonder this old master felt something was wrong. Yongkai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qianemo had called the little dolphin princess, and Shahu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yongkai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea Clan's royal family and was the Sea Clan's princess that Qianemo and Shang Ao were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea Clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qianemo and Shang Ao were not lying. The Sea Clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then, she was accidentally discovered. After finding the Sea Clan's princess, Qianemo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yongkai. "You despicable human, what did you do to my princess? Daring to ride on her royal highness's back, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Yongkai looked down at her and chuckled. "What can I do to it?" He did not become angry because of Qianmo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea Clan, so it was only natural that Qianmo would be so angry. "Why haven't you come down yet?" Qianmo angrily rebuked. Yongkai curled his lips. "If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down?" These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qianmo's murderous gaze, Yongkai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qianmo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea Clan. Any Sea Clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her. But now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qianmo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. "Look!" Yongkai spread his hands. "I didn't force it." Qianmo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yongkai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound, and Qianmo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yongkai with hatred. "I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet. Remember this." Yongkai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pangjin also swam to Yongkai's side and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Yang. Island Master Pang. It's a small world." Yongkai responded with a smile. Pangjin lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yongkai timely changed the topic and asked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right?" Chapter 17:11. Above the sea, Yongkai listened to Pangjin's narration and learned what had happened after they entered Serene Soul Island. On that day, a total of 100 to 200 people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace had fallen into Serene Soul Island, and except for a few who were killed by the Slender Man, everyone else had been escorted back unharmed. The total population of Serene Soul Island had always been small, so when such a large number of people suddenly appeared, Serene Soul Island naturally forced Pangjin and the others to pledge their loyalty. Under the eaves, people had no choice but to lower their heads, so Pangjin, Qianmo, and the others could only feign obedience. However, Shang Ao, the other great commander of Sea God Palace, had a more violent temper. He had always been a high and respected figure, so how could he stand being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebellious nature made him seem somewhat out of place on Serene Soul Island, so he was taken away alone and detained, most likely tortured and beaten. Recently, Qianmo and Pangjin had not seen Shang Ao again, so no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Shang Ao, everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, each led by a different cultivator of Serene Soul Island and assuming different tasks. Qianmo, Pangjin, and the others were tasked with searching for shadowed heaven lotuses out at sea, while others were tasked with mining or in the mines of Serene Soul Island or doing odd jobs. These origin-returning realm masters had not had a good time after arriving on Serene Soul Island. Because of various accidents, many of them had died. In particular, going out to sea to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was a very dangerous task, as they often encountered sea beasts that were difficult to resist. In the end, it was possible for them to be wiped out. However, no one cared about them. Any cultivator who had just arrived on Serene Soul Island had to experience this. Only when they recognized Serene Soul Island and recognized Mingyu as its ruler would they be able to officially join. Only then would one be qualified to officially join Shadowed Soul Island and obtain Shadowed Heaven pills to temper one's physical strength. The most fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Serene Soul Island was not only because of his own strength, and it was because he controlled the Shadowed Heaven pill. Sect Master Yang, everyone in this damned place has incredibly powerful physiques. It seems they've all taken Shadowed Heaven pills. You can't fight them head-on. Pang Jin saw Yang Kai's relaxed appearance and couldn't help reminding him. As he spoke, he turned back to look in the direction of the ship, his eyes filled with vigilance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The reason for that was because he suddenly discovered that the old man who had his hands behind his back and was treading on the surface of the sea. She didn't know when he had boarded the boat, but he was just standing on the bow of the boat. The originally arrogant and domineering sharp-mouthed man and the others no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Every one of them looked at the old man's back in horror, their faces pale. Not only were they unable to chase the old man off the boat, they didn't even have the courage to breathe. Where did this old man come from? There was no such person in the Supreme Ocean Palace or the Sea God's Palace. Could it be a friend that Yang Kai recently made on Serene Soul Island? Pang Jun was puzzled. Old Sha, my friend seemed to have been bullied by them just now, Yang Kai called out to Sha Hu. He actually had no friendship with Pang Jun and had only met Qianemo once, but in any case, they were still people from Shadowed Star and had nothing to do with the cultivators on Serene Soul Island. What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Sha Hu heard this and grinned. Bullied? That's easy. As soon as his voice fell, Sha Hu suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Sha Hu, their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Jun, Qianemo, and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Jun, Qianemo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here, there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior. What is his background? Pang Jun asked weakly as Qianemo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha Hu, don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Jun with a smile. Sha Hu. Pang Jun frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Sha Hu. After a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple? Sha Hu looked at Pang Jun. Pang Jun couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship, and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Jun greets Marshal Uncle Sha. So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master. Sha Hu had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Jun once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha Hu understood and smiled gently. Get up, there's no need to be so polite. Many thanks, Marshal Uncle. Pang Jun was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, Disciple has long admired Marshal Uncle Sha's reputation but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Marshal Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet martial uncle on serene Soul Island. Shahu laughed and said bluntly, "Good flattery." Pang Zhen's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, "Martial uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples." Shahu swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly, "Good, good." After 300 years, this old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured, with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head. The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer, all of them ecstatic. A moment ago, their fate was uncertain and their future was bleak, but the next moment, the previous Second Temple Master, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament and even declaring that he would protect them. So how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Qianemo and the other Sea Race Masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen had not forgotten them. During this time, the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied. So Pang Zhen naturally had to introduce Qianemo and the others to him. Immediately, Pang Zhen pointed to Qianemo and said, "Martial Uncle Sha, this is Commander Qianemo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Martial Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pang Zhen's words were not to flatter Qianemo and the others, but to tell the truth. The main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Shang Ao was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. And Shahu nodded non-committally. He was willing to ensure the safety of Pang Zhen and the others because they were of the same origin, but Shahu did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the Second Temple Master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Shahu didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sha." Pang Zhen couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Shahu would attack Qianemo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery and it would become a heart demon for Pang Zhen's future cultivation. Fortunately, Shahu was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Qianmo's expression was slightly complicated, as she also thanked Shahu. The sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water quickly boarded the ship again. Under Qianmo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Qianmo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qianmo took the initiative to explain. Since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful. This time, she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace, but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai nodded. "In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race," Qianmo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qianmo's expression became cold again. "But the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this and sooner or later will make you pay the price." "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking Shahu about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damned place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Shahu that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pangzhen suddenly fell silent. Are you afraid? Shahu turned to look at Pangzhen with a light smile on his face. Pangzhen shook his head solemnly. Disciple is not afraid. It's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh. Chapter 17:12. Shahu laughed and waved his hand. There's no need for you. You haven't used shadowed heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time, Yang Kai and I will go. You, just hide in the distance and watch the show. Sect Master Yang? Pangzhen glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Yang Kai was and whispered, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help Martial Uncle? He had no doubt about Yang Kai's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Shahu say that he would only bring Yang Kai, Pangzhen was a little worried. Shahu, however, just smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him. So do you think he can help? Huh. Pangzhen's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Yang Kai standing at the stern, Pangzhen found that Yang Kai was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. There's no need to doubt it. This little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago, I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike. But now? Shahu didn't continue, but Pangzhen understood what he meant. Shahu's meaning was obvious. A month ago, he had been repelled by Yang Kai with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pangzhen became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things. But Yang Kai was able to defeat his martial uncle Sha, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days, the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up. Shahu ordered before tossing a bottle of shadowed heaven pills to Pangzhen. Everyone, take one and refine them. Pangzhen took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the shadowed heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of shadowed heaven pills from the island master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small, and the quality would be even lower. But now, Shahu had thrown him a bottle. Pangzhen respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Shahu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qian Mo looked on enviously from the side, but just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qian Mo blinked and coldly snorted, "This general will return it to you in the future." "We'll talk about it later." Yang Kai smiled and followed Shahu towards Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin let out a strange cry from behind, as if warning Yang Kai to be careful along the way. Giving Qian Mo a bottle of shadowed heaven pills was not something Yang Kai had done on a whim, but because he knew, even if he didn't give it to her, the little dolphin would ask him for it. The relationship between it and Qian Mo was obviously very close, so it would naturally think for her. As for the shadowed heaven lotus in Yang Kai's hands, it was almost all thanks to the little dolphin. It could be said that half of the shadowed heaven lotus and shadowed heaven pills were thanks to the little dolphin. A bottle of shadowed heaven pills was nothing to Yang Kai. Up ahead, Shahu slowed down his pace, obviously waiting for Yang Kai. After Yang Kai caught up with him, Shahu said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this old master's purpose on this trip is only to kill that bastard Mingyu. On Serene Soul Island, Mingyu is the strongest, but there are also some who are not weak. When the time comes, I will need you to help this old master hold the fort." "No problem," Yang Kai readily agreed before asking, "How confident is old Sha in fighting Mingyu?" Shahu's expression became serious as he thought seriously for a while before replying, "At least 60%. Although this old master and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, and his strength has definitely increased, but with those inferior shadowed heaven pills, his strength can't increase by much. This old master is more or less confident that I can kill him." "Then I wish old Sha victory in advance," Yang Kai said with a smile. Shahu was in high spirits. Since taking the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, his strength, which had remained stagnant, began to soar. Although he still could not compare to Yang Kai, he was already extremely strong compared to others. Compared to the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, Shahu felt that the shadowed heaven pills he had taken before were simply dog shit. Not only was the quality extremely low and difficult to refine, but the medicinal efficacy was also impure. While enhancing one's physical strength, it also brought some hidden dangers to one's body. These hidden dangers could not be seen in a short time, but if one took these shadowed heaven pills for a long time, there would definitely be problems. Now that Mingyu no longer had the advantage of the shadowed heaven pills, Shahu simply did not put him in his eyes. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was not long before they arrived on Shadowed Soul Island. Looking at the city at the center of the island, Shahu sneered and sped up, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. Yang Kai unhurriedly followed behind Shahu, not falling behind in the slightest. Serene Soul City was the only city on Serene Soul Island, with 7,000 to 8,000 cultivator living in it. It was also the only stronghold on Serene Soul Island. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time great emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of shadowed heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain shadowed heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivator wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators, waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, 2 silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhong did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost." With an angry shout, the 2 figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar. and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the two who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed. Daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Shahu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Shahu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kaiyang followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Yangkai and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Chapter 17:13. Old thing, you dare to offend the dignity of Lord Island Master? Hand over your life. From a distance, an angry roar came, and from the end of the street, a figure rushed towards Shahu aggressively, shouting loudly as he rushed, obviously wanting to take credit for himself. Serene Soul Island's management was extremely strict, and there were very few riots or uncontrollable events, so the cultivator who followed Mingyu rarely had the opportunity to show off. Today was undoubtedly a good opportunity, and this person had taken advantage of this opportunity to make a move on Shahu. If he could win the favor of Mingyu, a bottle of high-quality, shadowed heaven pills would definitely not escape his grasp. So after hearing Shahu's roar, this person immediately rushed over. Halfway through, Yang Kai summoned a heavy saber-shaped artifact and gripped it tightly in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Coupled with his burly body, Yang Kai gave off the feeling that he could kill anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who stood in his way. Shahu just stood quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him from afar, colliding with Shahu's gaze in midair. An invisible force caused the temperature of the entire Serene Soul Island to drop significantly, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. The burly man holding the saber didn't notice this at all and rushed all the way to within 10 meters of Shah, who before leaping up high, the long saber in his hand drawing a brilliant arc as a sneer appeared on his face. "Old dog, your head is mine." Shahu slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. With this glance, the burly man's face froze. The newcomer sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparably frightened expression appeared on his face. His indomitable momentum was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, and in an instant, it disappeared into nothingness. A strange sound came from his throat. Letting out a long sigh, this burly man fell straight down from the air, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he stared at Shahu, his voice trembling as he called out, "Shah, Island Master Shah?" This burly man obviously recognized Shahu. Shahu sneered coldly, "Zhouan, after not seeing you for 100 years, it seems you haven't grown at all." The brawny man named Zhouan looked embarrassed. "Then," he said angrily, "have I made any improvements? It's not up to you to decide. Instead, how are you still alive? Island Master Sha. Mingyu said I died? Sha Hu sneered as he stared at Zhou and like he was an idiot. You believe what he said? Not only am I not dead, but I'm also not dead. He was still living a comfortable life. Today, they had come to take Mingyu's head, to vent the hatred in my heart. Zhouan's expression flickered. Although he was frightened, his attitude remained firm. Sha Hu, don't be delusional. The strength of Dark Moon Island's Island Master has improved greatly in the past 100 years. You were not his opponent back then, and you are still not his opponent today. Obediently surrender and follow me to see the Island Master. Maybe you can escape this disaster. Otherwise what? Island Master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match for him 100 years later. Zhouan shouted. Sha Hu laughed. Idiot. Didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason he was so skilled back then was because he used poison? Since this old master has made a comeback today, I will not give him a chance. Sha Hu ignored Zhouan and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared, Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up. As soon as these words fell, Sha Hu's figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great pung spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, angry shouts came from all around, and at least a dozen cultivator wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Sha Hu. The red light around these cultivators' body was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Yang Kai had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Sha Hu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Sha Hu ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack towards Sha Hu. But before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Sha Hu and quietly floated in the air, as if he was flying. Facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators, this young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amidst screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Hong Hong Hong. The remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air. Everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Sha Hu were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu. But in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Sha Hu's name was already known to many people. On Serene Soul Island, Zhouan was not the only one who recognized Sha Hu. Among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Sha Hu, from 100 years ago. One spread to 10 spread to 100, and soon, all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show, and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Sha wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him. But after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Sha Hu's angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Yang Kai in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Sha Hu. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Sha Hu first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Sha Hu. Now, only Mingyu was fighting with Sha Hu alone. Yang Kai didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. The dark red light around his body was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Sha Hu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Yang Kai arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Yang Kai watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Sha Hu regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Yang Kai was certain that 3 months ago, Sha Hu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Sha Hu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Sha Hu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Sha Hu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Sha Hu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the red light around Mingyu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palm seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Shahu's shoulder. Shahu's body sank, and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Mingyu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Shahu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Shahu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Mingyu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Almost instantly, he understood the hidden message in Shahu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Yang Kai, should be the noble Shahu spoke of. Mingyu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Shahu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Mingyu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Mingyu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Mingyu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Shahu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Mingyu's subordinates had never seen Mingyu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kai Yang was watching from the side with great interest. Although Yang Kai was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Mingyu and Shahu's, he knew that both Mingyu and Shahu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Shahu and Mingyu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to make up for the consumption of their chi and blood and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Mingyu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Mingyu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Yang Kai. However, after Yang Kai killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Yang Kai had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Yang Kai was, they would be blind. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Mingyu and Shahu. However, after perceiving Yang Kai's strength, Mingyu obviously paid more attention to him. Shahu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Mingyu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Shahu's favor. Shahu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby watching the battle also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run, Mingyu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Shahu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Mingyu and Shahu was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle. But now, if nothing unexpected happened, Shahu's victory was almost certain. Mingyu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Mingyu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger while Shahu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive. While Mingyu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Mingyu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Shahu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Mingyu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Shahu dodged Mingyu's blow and thrust his hand towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Shahu's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Shahu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Shahu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Shahu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Chi surged from Mingyu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar and a protective layer of Saint Chi to appear around his body, blocking Shahu's blow. The power of his Shur suddenly burst out. Shahu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Mingyu's Shur. Mingyu struck out with his palm and struck Shahu's chest. Wah! With a loud bang. Shahu was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly and his face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Mingyu, who was standing over there, his eyes trembling violently as he called out, "How did you? You can still use your Saint Chi, right?" Mingyu smiled faintly. Shadowed Soul Island has its own world principles, so it is impossible for any cultivator who enters here to use their Saint Chi. This is indeed the case. However, this island master broke the world principles here, so I am the island master, not you. Impossible! Shahu roared, his face filled with unwillingness. Nothing is impossible, Mingyu laughed lightly. Mingyu smiled lightly, looking down on the blood-soaked Shahu, as if to prove his words. A burst of power burst out from his body. This was Saint Chi. This was the Saint Chi fluctuations of a third-order origin returning realm master. Shahu was dumbfounded as he stood in place. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai was on par with Mingyu. Just now, he had been able to almost kill Mingyu because of his 100 years of endurance and perseverance, but if Mingyu could use his Saint Chi, Yang Kai would not be his opponent at all. Shahu opened his mouth but found that he could not utter a single word. The continuous high-intensity battle had almost exhausted him, and after realizing that Mingyu was no match for him, the momentum he had been maintaining suddenly dissipated and a sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, and Shahu turned his head with a pale face, only to find that Yang Kai was standing next to him at some point. Yang Kai. Shahu's voice was dry. "I'm sorry, this old master has implicated you." He had misjudged the situation. This time, he had failed to take revenge, and not only would he die here, but Yang Kai would also be buried with him. Being able to use his Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island meant that Mingyu was basically the master of this place, and no one could resist him. "Old Sha is too serious. Take a rest and let me handle this." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the fear Shahu had imagined. Shahu was surprised, not knowing what Yang Kai was relying on to face an opponent who could use his Saint Chi and Shur, but seeing him so calm and composed, Shahu could not help feeling encouraged and nodded before taking a few steps back. Mingyu did not speak again, simply staring at Yang Kai with interest. Seeing him stare back at him without the slightest fear, Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me? I can make you the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island. From then on, you will be second only to me." Several of Mingyu's subordinates immediately directed envious looks towards Yang Kai, their brow furrowed slightly, as if they were waiting for Yang Kai to agree so they could step forward and flatter him. Vice Island Master. This was an unprecedented position. On Serene Soul Island, although Mingyu was the Island Master, no one had ever been able to become a Vice Island Master. Mingyu did not seem to have any intention of establishing such a position. His subordinates had tried many times to become Vice Island Master, but Mingyu had never agreed. None of them dared to act too rashly and could only leave things as they were. But today, Mingyu had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Yang Kai, so how could these cultivators not be envious? Not interested. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could the trivial position of Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island enter Yang Kai's eyes? He was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. If Serene Soul Island had not become an independent space with its own world principles, it would definitely belong to Shadowed Star and be dominated by Yang Kai. Wouldn't becoming the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island be lowering his status? Mingyu raised his brow and said lightly, "This Island Master is a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this Island Master?" Mingyu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Mingyu frowned and sighed. "In that case, this Island Master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have the ability. Old Sha was right about one thing." "What?" Mingyu and Sha who asked at the same time. "It's impossible for you to break the world principles here," Yang Kai sneered. Chapter 17:15. World principles were extremely profound. Yang Kai, as the master of Shadowed Star, was unable to break through the world principles of Shadowed Star. So how could Mingyu possibly do so? Therefore, Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu must have used some special method to be able to use his Saint Chi. Yang Kai was very curious about this method. Mingyu's expression was slightly startled, but he did not show any signs of panic, simply frowning as he asked, "You are not this Island Master. How do you know this Island Master cannot break through the world principles here?" "I just know." Yang Kai smiled lightly, a look of certainty on his face. Yang Kai's confident look caused Mingyu's face to become gloomy, and his attitude was no longer as easygoing as before as he coldly snorted, "Regardless of whether this Island Master can break through the world principles, this Island Master can use his Saint Chi. Boy, you're dead. Who doesn't know how to boast? I just don't know if you have such ability." Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and resonant cry of a bird suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud cry, a huge and beautiful firebird that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly flew out from his body. Spreading its wings, this firebird covered almost half the sky, and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Everyone stared at this giant firebird in shock, feeling the rich fire attribute energy radiating from its body, some of their faces turning pale. Mingyu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to discover that this firebird, which did not have a physical body and was composed entirely of energy, not only did it contain a fierce fire attribute energy, but it also contained a violent thunder attribute energy. Inside this firebird's fiery body, there was a dazzling purple glow that seemed to dance around like a snake. Lightning and fire? Even with Mingyu's rich experience and knowledge, he was unable to figure out what this firebird was. However, this was not the end of it though. After the firebird appeared, a simple-looking stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. This small stone man looked charmingly naive. However, this stone man was carrying a giant black stick on its shoulder. The contrast between this giant stick and its small body was quite comical. The moment the tiny stone golem appeared, it let out a low growl. His body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a stone giant that was over 100 feet tall. Even the pitch-black rod on its shoulder had become thicker and longer. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elysian Moon's face finally changed. She looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Get him," Yang Kai ordered. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resounded throughout the entire Serene Soul Island. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings and arrived above Mingyu's head in the blink of an eye. Its majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its beak. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky towards Mingyu. Mingyu cried out involuntarily. How could she dare to stay where she was? He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. With a boom, the ground was filled with dust. A huge crater had appeared where Elysian Moon had been standing. Before Elysian Moon could react, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the stone mongoose took a step forward. Those two big feet were like drumsticks, fiercely hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 200 meters away from Mingyu, the stone mongoose swung its heaven-shaking pillar. The several 100,000-kilogram heaven-shaking pillar was like a toy in its hands, weightless. However, the violent wind it created almost sent Mingyu flying. Mingyu's face suddenly turned pale as he stretched out his hand. After a flash of light, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. This hexagonal shield rotated rapidly, exuding an origin-grade mid-rank aura. It was obvious at a glance that its defensive strength was extremely high. It was impossible for an ordinary origin-returning realm master to break this shield in one blow. However, Mingyu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became even more dignified as he leapt backwards. Hong. The sky-shaking pillar slammed into the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield was unable to block it for even a moment. It was shattered into countless pieces, and the sky-shaking pillar continued on its way towards Elysian moon. Fortunately, Mingyu reacted quickly and managed to avoid this terrifying blow, but the aftershock of the pole still forced him into a miserable state. His clothes were instantly torn apart as a gust of wind tore through his body, causing crimson blood to flow from all over his body. The cry of a bird rang out above Mingyu's head. Looking up, Mingyu's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the huge firebird had once again arrived above him, a series of snake-like bolts of thunder and fire shooting out from its body and enveloping the area several dozen meters around him. There was no way to avoid it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as flames soared into the sky, instantly turning the surrounding several dozen meters into a living hell. All of Serene's Soul Island shuddered. Mingyu's subordinates had long ago lost the ability to think as they watched Mingyu's figure being swallowed up by the countless bolts of thunder and fire, all of them feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even someone as strong as Shahu was trembling in shock. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At that time, if Yang Kai had released this strange stone giant and firebird, how could he have survived? Whether it was the stone giant or the firebird, they could have easily crushed him. The physical strength Shahu was so proud of was nothing in front of these two strange creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Kai Yang wasn't too bad, and they had even turned from enemies to friends. Thinking so, Shahu felt some lingering fear, but at the same time, he secretly rejoiced at his wise decision. But just what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such powerful strength, wouldn't it be enough to sweep across all of Shadowed Star? It seemed that after this time, Shahu would have to ask Peng Zhen about Yang Kai's origins. Shahu secretly made up his mind before his consciousness once again drifted back to the battlefield. What he saw, though, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was at the center of this hellish world, had not died immediately and was instead still showing signs of vitality. Shahu did not know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it had been him, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died instantly. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but instead of being surprised, he observed Mingyu with great interest. After a short while, the scene of thunder, lightning, and flames disappeared, and instead, Mingyu stood in the center of the scorched earth, gasping for breath, looking extremely distressed. At this moment, he no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. His clothes were almost completely tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was scorched black. The vitality in his body was also intermittent. If it were not for his strong physique, he would have already died. The only reason he could still stand there was because he had been taking shadowed heaven pills all year round, tempering his physique and enriching his vitality. But that was it. Mingyu stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of unwillingness on his face as he clenched something in his hand. Yang Kai's gaze shifted as he saw what this thing was. It turned out to be a token, one that Yang Kai felt was very familiar. From this token, he could clearly feel an Emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai raised his brow. He had never expected that Mingyu would possess a Star Emperor token. Under Yang Kai's perception, it was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to communicate with the world energy of Serene Soul Island and mobilize his own Saint Chi ensure, allowing him to persist under the fierce attack of the Firebird until now. This damn place is actually related to Yang Inflammation? This thought quickly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai's figure flickered, rushed in front of Mingyu, and sent out a palm strike towards him. Mingyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was unable to resist, so this palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyu could only watch as Yang Kai's palm struck him, unable to resist. With a muffled thud, Mingyu fell backwards. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took the Star Emperor token and space ring from Mingyu's hand. With his back to Sha Hu and the others, Yang Kai carefully stroked this Star Emperor token and soon determined that it was indeed a Star Emperor token, because the ones he had were exactly the same as this one in front of him. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this Star Emperor token seemed to have some subtle connection to a certain location on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and stared in that direction. "Old Sha, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go over there and investigate," Yang Kai said before immediately disappearing. Sha Hu was stunned for a moment, but didn't care too much about this, instead turning his head and grinning towards Mingyu's subordinates. It was not until this moment that these people came back to their senses and cried out in panic, "Island Master Sha, please spare us. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu who forced us. We did not do it willingly." "Heh, willingly or not, it has nothing to do with this old master. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You all colluded with that bastard Mingyu 100 years ago to make things difficult for this old master. If this old master hadn't been so lucky, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get his revenge today." Sha Hu's body flashed a bright red light as he rushed towards the cultivator like a tiger in a flock of sheep, none of them able to withstand a single blow, and after 10 breaths of time, all of them were slain. Now that he had gotten his revenge, Sha Hu stood in place and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens that rolled out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators on Serene Soul Island all turned their eyes towards the source of this roar, their expressions changing slightly. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Mingyu, buzzed, as if it was trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good, and there were a few cottages built around it. Yang Kai didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.